I think it's not exaggerated to say that I owe this video. I owe it to Void Stranger, to ZeroRanger, and to the developers. All these games gave me so much that I needed to repay somehow. And I also gotta say, it was some of the most fun I've ever had. I am not usually a lore person, okay? Very rarely a piece of media was able to capture me to this point. And if you still don't know what I'm talking about, no worries, there will be a long time to discuss everything. In this video I want to tell you all the lore and secrets I was able to uncover during my time. But not only that, I also want to show you the experience I personally had with the game. And I mean the ways I approached certain puzzles, my theory crafting. I want you to feel the game. I want you to hear me. Tell me, are you ready? Then make yourself comfy, take some chips, and enjoy the descent into the fantastic world of Void Stranger and ZeroRanger! Before the game begins, before every single run, we're gonna have to carve our own brand. You can freely draw on this grid whatever you want. You can let your creativity go above the roof.
Draw a penis? Oh yeah, the YouTube ban 100%, any percent, sorry.
The game starts with a cutscene in the outer space, with what appears to be a star falling down all the way to the Earth. A moment which probably doesn't tell you much right now, but we will go back multiple times to it. And then we see for the first time our protagonist, wandering in the middle of a desolated land. Their destination was a hole which goes all the way down to the depths of the earth. And after jumping in it, the game begins for real. Welcome to Void Stranger Grey. Now you are fully on your own, and maybe even a little bit confused. By messing around in the menu you can even notice some other locked options for now, and then there is even a mural on the wall written in a language that you cannot decipher. And surrounded by these unfamiliar walls, you make your way to the next floor. Here stands a giant statue representing an unknown entity, and a chest.
For that? You acquired a strange rod. Simply holding it makes you feel uneasy? Something is wrong.
From the moment you picked it up, your character will start moving on a grid, as if you were bound by something. And so, the gameplay finally begins. Here the game gives you an implicit tutorial. In fact, the rod is able to remove the ground, store it, and place it on another empty space you're looking at. The main goal for each floor is always the same, reach the staircase. But that's not the only thing you can do on a floor. You can even find some chests.
Because in that way you have to pay attention to where you... to the stuff. You acquired a locust idol. It looks rather tasty actually. Who knows? Maybe it will come in handy in the long run.
Chests contain locusts, and are gonna be heavily present through the course of the whole game. Locusts are basically extra lives. If you end up harming yourself, and trust me, this is gonna happen through various methods, such as falling down and other stuff we will see later, you will then consume a locust and will be able to continue playing on the same floor with no repercussions. After having understood very basic movement, rocks get introduced. Obstacles. Rocks can be pushed away or even be thrown into holes where they will fall into oblivion. You basically have to just play around these rocks and find a way to reach the staircase regardless. And then there are even some other elements we still don't fully comprehend. But there is gonna be time to go back to all of these. In my opinion, this first part of the game does a great job at introducing the player to what's gonna happen for the next 90 hours of your life. As I said during my own run, it reminds me a lot of Catherine. The tools to be able to perform optimally are already in your hands right when you start the game. You just have to learn the best techniques to climb the tower. You have to understand how to make the most out of a single block on the map. And to make it clear, you are gonna fail at one point. You should fail at one point. Maybe you used X strategy instead of Y strategy, or maybe you still didn't know about Z strategy. Every single failure is an occasion to understand something which is gonna accompany you for the rest of the gameplay. The sooner you experience failure, the sooner you will understand how to counter it. After spending the first floors learning basic movement, monsters get introduced. Monsters can harm you and will cause your immediate death on touch. The peculiarity is that all the monsters of this game follow certain patterns. Leeches move horizontally and turn around at the edges. Maggots move vertically and turn around at edges. And for the way all of this works, the game is turn-based. Everything moves only when you move. There is no randomness in what happens. Failing can only mean you did not calculate well your movements in the room. And then another thing gets added. I noticed a weird cross on one of the tiles. I cannot stress this enough. No one is gonna explain to you explicitly how to do certain things. If there is a thing on a floor, it means you can get it. Moving forward means you may be missing out on some techniques, on some strategies, or the whole mechanics to accomplish something.
From there... We can waste an action! I didn't realize that!
Here, for example, I learned something very useful. By touching a wall, I stand still while everything else moves, which can be good for some movements. And with that, we collect our first memory crystal. Remember the menu we saw at the beginning? There are special unlockables which require different amount of crystals to be obtained. It's not something immediately useful, but will become important much later. Generally speaking, we could almost say that getting crystals required to understand the game. They are usually placed in tiles that require you to understand how to move well to be reached. Think of them as self-homework, okay? Are you able to reach the crystal in the room? Yes? Then up to now, you are on point with mechanics. During our descent, for example, we learned that statues and rocks can be used to kill enemies. See? You learn you have tools available to kill some monsters. And more, if you are falling, you can quickly click on the previous direction to save yourself before dying. And I know that all the things I told you up to now may seem a lot to digest, or maybe you don't even care and you are here just for the lore, in which case you can just skip this part. But the game conveys all the stuff in such a beautiful way that if you are ready to learn, you're gonna have a lot of fun! My favorite example is floor number 24. This floor is very simplistic, yet so fascinating. In here, you have plenty of tiles you can move around with your rod, and the stairs can be reached immediately. Let me repeat, there are no obstacles between you and the next floor. There is only something else. That something else is 3 maggots clogged in a corridor, blocking the road to a chest. How do you reach the chest? This is what I'm talking about. The game doesn't tell you what to do, but it creates situations like these. You know that chest must be reached somehow. You don't seem to be able to kill the maggots in any way you know. What are you doing wrong? What are you missing? What mechanic are you not comprehending yet?
The point is we have to learn this.
Proceeding in ignorance right now would just mean skipping a tutorial, basically. And I spent more than 20 minutes staring at the screen like an idiot, going around and placing blocks here and there. I was almost going crazy at one point, I think.
Okay. Sisyphus!
Until finally, someone could say, Eureka.
No! 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 No!
This is the moment where I started loving the gameplay of this game. These 30 minutes we spent commiserating ourselves were incredibly fun. They built up my interest for the game so much that I exploded in joy after finding the solution. Oh, and no worries, that's not the last epiphany we're gonna have regarding gameplay. But in any case, if you are not just watching on the second monitor while farming, you may notice my HP changed into Void. That's because, in my attempts, I finished all the locusts I had. And this leads a question. What happens when you fail with 0 locusts? This furball greets us in a pitch-black space, puts us in front of a choice. Do you want to continue? Saying yes will make the furball bring us a fruit. And after eating it, we're back. There is only one difference. The HP of our character are replaced permanently with another word. Void.
Can I try something very stupid? And now we are... immortal?
Void made us immortal. We do not consume locusts anymore on death, and that's great, right? I mean, it's not the first game I played in my life. I knew this was gonna hit me in the back at some point. You will see. But all these informations for gameplay may be a bit too much for now, so let's pause gameplay and we reach floor number 28. The room of our first tree.
A lone birch tree stands in the void. This area feels safe. And since you've been traveling for quite some time already, would you like to rest for now?
In here, our character ends up falling asleep and lets herself fall in the dream realm. The scenario changes completely, and we are inside of a castle. Is this a flashback? People around here refer to our character as Lady Grey, confirming the name of who we are playing as. And also, they all seem terrified. Terrified of the princess. Holding on to our resolution, we enter in the room. It's funny because, thinking retrospectively, this is just a parody of a battle homaging turn-based RPGs with stupid moves like you insufferable imp or you booby monster, and yet it still manages to have such a banger of a soundtrack. After our victory, we get to know more our opponent, the princess of the kingdom, Lily. Grey seems to be the princess caretaker, with the role of turning her into a responsible adult ready to rule over the kingdom. But judging from the room and from the princess' attitude, she's just a spoiled brat. Her room is a mess, she stinks. Princesses don't smell! Yeah, whatever you say, sweetie. But another day starts and they have to get to work. And we too will get back to work. The dream is over. And once again, the game is avoiding to tell or elaborate on literally anything, but is putting multiple pieces of a puzzle in front of our eyes. Now the real question is, how many pieces does this puzzle have? You are not ready. And after the tree, we reach another room with a mural. For commodity, we're gonna assume that reaching a new mural means reaching another level of the void. A new layer if you want.
The mural is badly damaged. Deciphering its inscriptions seems almost impossible. Oh, hello there. How are you doing? Do you... Okay, guys, the stream is off. Welcome back to the stream, Alt Tab.
Say hello to Tail. And while I know what some of you may be looking at on the screen, I want you to put your eyes on the dialogues, because they are very extremely important. This entity is not hostile, and she says we aren't an ordinary lost soul apparently. And here we finally get a hint about the possible reason we entered into the void. We are searching for a young woman. Could it be Lily? Maybe something happened after that flashback we saw? Too soon to tell, honestly. She also tells us that those rocks we have been moving around are eggs. Eggs that fall from above every now and then. If you listen closely, you can hear their thoughts. And lastly, it seems there may be different ways to proceed, known only by the Void Lords. Void Lords are entities who roamed these floors in the past, with the duty of judging sinners. And that was the case until one of the Void Lords, Eus, committed a sin themselves. That's when a battle began. Eus got completely devoured, except for one little part, Tail. Tail is a minuscule fraction of the traitorous Void Lord who silently was able to escape and became another sentient entity. But for now, welcome to the second layer of the Void. New layers means new mechanics, new ground, for example. What? You wanted solid ground under your feet? Screw you and say welcome to glass! After stepping on glass and moving away, it dissolves into atoms. Now, not only you need to understand how to move around, but there is less margin for mistakes. If you have a plan, it better be a correct one or you're done. And also, new enemies, such as the Smile. He moves towards you whenever you are aligned horizontally or vertically. And while I could spend time going through every single floor explaining how does gameplay work, I think it's better to speed up a little bit because during the draft for the video I spent 2 hours yapping about how much I love the gameplay. So instead right now I'm gonna show you the majority of the different mechanics you may stumble upon in the Void. The stairs may be blocked and can only be accessed after you push a button on the ground. You have to keep pushing the button, so you need to use something like monsters, eggs, statues, literally anything. Then I have a quiz for you. What's this creature? It's of course a beaver! I don't know what the developers smoke when assigning the names to the creatures. Also, without the stylized graphics on the game, he looks something like this. Good night, everyone. This is technically a new addition, the presence of already opened chests. These are technically a new type of obstacle because, unlike eggs, these cannot be moved, limiting even more your movements. And I know they could just be seen as walls, but very rarely during our exploration of the Void, walls will be in the middle of a floor. The next one is Strange Eye, and I know you may not be seeing an eye in here, but it's actually a hand with an eye on the palm, and it's simply a stationary enemy which limits your movement and goes in combo with this statue. This statue will usually block access to the stairs or the chests, and the only way to remove it is to kill every single entity on the floor.
No. You have to defeat all the enemies to be able to proceed in the next room and take the chest.
Here is how you make even something as simple as a stationary enemy a nightmare. Oh, by the way, did you know I'm not inventing the names I'm using? Beaver, Eye, Smile... In fact, all these names are coming from the Steam trading cards. Something you may have felt if you played these, or something I want to emphasize on in case you didn't, is that the more you proceed, the less space you have for mistakes or for slow plays. We started with the thousands of possible ways to reach the stairs. Then the ways to reach the chests became much harder, almost like a reward for playing well. But right now, it's slowly becoming required to always play well. And it constantly keeps gradually getting harder and harder as you proceed through the different layers of the Void, each one preceded by a mural representing different drawings or complete nonsense, and a room containing what appears to be a giant statue of an entity that I think it's fair to assume to be one of the Void Lords Tale mentioned, each one having a different domain of their own. The game will keep pushing the boundaries of what you have to do in order to proceed, in terms of resource management of tiles, enemies, and even the ways in which you are supposed to move eggs around the room. Because at the end of the day, with some logical thinking, if you have a 2x2 platform around you and an extra block, you can virtually do whatever you want on each floor.
We are immortal. We can do whatever we want. We can go above, we can go below, we can go left, we can go right. If we have a 2x2, we can do whatever, and a block in the inventory, we can do whatever we want.
There were still some mysteries though. Every once in a while, I stumbled upon some very easy rooms. Unexpectedly very easy. They are perfectly squares, and don't really seem to present the challenge of the other levels. We will remember these for later, okay? And then, there were still those weird statues, placed on some floors every once in a while. But in any case, the reason I rushed a bit with the gameplay section is because now I want you to focus more on the story. Story means we have to go to 3 rooms. There is a 3 room every 28 floors exactly, and each one gives a different piece of the story. So without further ado, let's start with the second 3. In here, Gray is having a conversation with the king. The king is aware of some rumors which are spreading about the princess, and he forces Gray to convince Lily to find a husband to consolidate the kingdom's power. Now, we enter the kingdom. Gray sees Lily in front of a grave and explains the situation, and how she should start seriously thinking about getting married. The problem is, Lily just doesn't care. She doesn't care about the king, the kingdoms, getting married and so on. All she cares, and all she wants, is to stay with Gray, to the point where she suggests to escape together, and forget about everything altogether. Of course Gray's decline, and Lily calls us the king's lapdog. But in any case, Gray tells her that she cannot betray the kingdom, but it's still very supportive of Lily, as a friend. What we see in here is basically a teenager going through the rebellious period of her life and bursting with her caretaker, which both can make you understand how much of a mother figure Gray may be for Lily, but also makes you wonder, where is Lily's mother? You know, being the queen, she could either be very busy with other important businesses, or... What's the grave Lily is looking at again? Another thing which transpires in here is a level of devotion Grey has towards the kingdom. It's not really explained why, but let's keep that in mind for later. Now, we don't really have anything else to say regarding gameplay for now, because I already said everything previously, so we can proceed quickly to the next 3. Quickly? Quickly? That's what I would like to say if it was not for floor number 80.
So many steps to win in there.
We don't talk about what happened with that one, okay? And eventually another 3 was reached. The scene shows Grey and Lily traveling to another country. Lily is gonna meet up with her future husband. And Grey briefly mentions the history of the country itself. A territory who succumbed to famine and disease. A king who passed on with no sons. And neighboring countries trying to take it with force. In this context, a single figure was able to stop the invasions and solve the internal conflicts. The Knight of the Heavens, and the current ruler of the kingdom. But suddenly, the story gets interrupted. The carriage is brought to a sudden stop because of 3 bandits. The bandits are here to kidnap the princess. Yet, they still didn't know they picked up the wrong enemy.
And what might these options be? What the? Ooh! Grey the Destroyer looms upon you!
In this battle, we take control of the bandit in front of the incredible power of Grey. This is both done because funny, after all, but in a sense, it also makes us understand more the true name Grey is known for. Grey the Destroyer. Needless to say, the bandit loses. But at this point, Lily comes out of the carriage to congratulate Grey for her victory, leaving her vulnerable to a surprise attack by the other 2 bandits. Until one last fighter enters in the picture.
Looks like this sorry crook got seriously one-upped, huh?
A knight in armor appears, getting rid of the bandits for good, in particular also showing some supernatural powers he's capable of. The lead bandit gets annihilated in a bolt of lightning. After the storm, the knight removes the mask and introduces himself as the country's ruler, the Knight of the Heavens, Lily's promised fiancé, Joan the First.
Let me serve you well, my demon princess.
For this next layer, I only really want you to focus on something. I want to mention the godly levels reached by the soundtrack.
Are you ready to spend 1000 hours with this music playing, guys?
Each soundtrack feels unique and is able to convey a different feeling, going from the mysterious tone of the first ones all the way to hell yeah, I know how to do these puzzles now, let's go! And later we will reach depression. But for now let's go to the 4th tree. And in here we can see Lily ecstatic, and it makes sense, it almost seems like a fairy tale up to this point, with the beautiful prince arriving and saving his loved one from death. And then we can listen to a little talk between Grey and Joan. Joan seems to be rather down-to-earth, honestly. He doesn't want to be called with one of those fancy names like the Knight of the Heavens or the Ruler of the Kingdom, no, just Joan. While at the same time realizing the person he has been talking to is none other than Grey the Destroyer, which also seems to be a nickname Grey doesn't want to have anymore. A nickname she wants to live in the past. She rejected those days, now all she wants is to serve the princess to the best of her abilities. I gotta say, even during my first lecture of this dialogue, I wasn't able to fully embrace myself in the conversation and enjoy the dialogue they were having, because there was something weird in the way Joan was speaking to Grey. In particular, it almost seemed to me that the majority of words and phrasings he used had some ulterior intent, if it makes sense. Like when he mentioned that Grey seemed to have fun fighting the bandits, enjoying their pain. And oh boy, we will soon realize why. But for now, let's go to the 5th tree. In here, Grey is helping Lily in choosing a dress for the arrival of Joan, and Lily seems incredibly nervous. Lily is even writing a little letter in response to Joan, and Grey fairly asks if she has fallen in love with him, maybe? Their dialogue is interrupted by Four Eyes, a character present even in the very first dream, which is here to say that Joan arrived, unannounced. It's at the door. Of course Lily is scared. She and Joan have an important announcement to make. And the dream ends right there. Well, I mean, they don't say us what's the announcement, but I mean, if you're not stupid, you maybe can already understand what's the announcement, but also, you can read Lily's letter, and in that letter, she says she will give an answer the next time she sees him again. Well, I guess he just arrived, so they saw each other again, so yes, the announcement is the marriage. So, let's continue. Wait, we're already on floor 140? This is the moment of my run where I think I wondered something that will remain a crucial question for the whole video. How deep are we going to go? Well, I can already guarantee it's gonna be much deeper than you think. New layer! Man, I wonder what kind of incredible new mechanic will be added. Is that a fucking head? This nameless entity doesn't say much, but in a few words spoken, a world of possibilities gets revealed. If you leap into a hole directly in front of a statue, you should be able to advance deeper. But this trick requires a sacrifice. Nothing major. As long as you've got some food with you, you should be good to go.
Yes. Maybe... no sacrifice.
Yes. We just found the utility of one of the statues available in the Void. If you fall in front of them, you will lose all your locusts and advance by a number of floors equal to the locusts spent. We just learned another way to navigate through these floors, which indirectly reveals something else. Remember Tail? Tail told us only Void Lords know shortcuts. And the entity that revealed us this trick was that head. Make 2 + 2, the head is a Void Lord. And for now, that's everything we're gonna know. Let's continue. After meeting some new interesting enemies, such as the Mimic, which perfectly replicates every single movement we do, we reach the tree number 6. This opens up in a slightly different way from the usual, mimicking rhythm games. Lily and Gray are dancing. Gray is teaching Lily how to dance in particular. And she's teasing her about Joanne again. On one side, she may be doing this to taste the waters, to understand if Lily really loves Joanne, or if it was just because of the recent events. And there is something else I want to mention about this minigame. Lily wonders who taught Gray to dance like this, and Gray responds, it was Lily's mother, the Queen. To this, Lily's reaction is to turn her face away, and Gray realizes she shouldn't have brought up this topic. But she still wants to remark that she's sure her mother must be very proud of Lily's growth, and is watching from the stars. And here there is the peculiarity I wanted to mention. If you look very closely, the shadows in the background are kinda different from Lily and Gray. The size are different, the hair are different, the people shown in the background dancing are not the two of them together. And considering we just learned that the Queen was Gray's teacher, I think what they're showing in here is the connection Gray has with both mother and daughter. The same connection which probably represents the loyalty Gray has towards the kingdom. Gray must have had a very strong bond with the Queen. And in this dancing scene, I perceive the feeling of passing the baton. Gray will never be Lily's mother, of course, but I think this represents how Gray, to the Queen, is a person she wouldn't trust her own daughter to. And now Gray was finally able to do it. She turned Lily in what seems to be a more responsible adult. Lily is getting married soon. Everything and everyone can finally move on. A loud noise is heard at the door. Gray and Lily suddenly stops. What happened? Who was that? This story already felt extremely catchy. After every single tree, the temptation to continue instead of going to sleep because it's already 2 AM in the morning and tomorrow I have to work, it's huge. Maybe it's because of the feeling of reward you perceive after you complete every single layer of the Void, being able to see a little bit more of the flashbacks. For now, there is a new layer, and I can't wait to hear the exciting music we will have now.
Let's see.
It seems depression has finally arrived. In here, the hard part begins. Enemies getting added are no joke. Whatever awaits us at the end of this descent, they clearly do not want us to reach it. We start from an octahedron which has tracking, and will constantly find the fastest route to move towards you, if there is a route in the first place. But then, say hello to the hardest mechanic of the whole game. It is this little statue right here. These statues limit even more the amount of different strategies you can apply in a room. Each time you use the rod, one statue lights up. If all the statues get lighted up, you die. That's it? Of course no! See these tiles? If you walk over them 2 times, you will fall to your death. And not only that, they also have a little domino effect where all the tiles which have been walked on at least once are gonna collapse at the same time. And in the middle of this tragic atmosphere, the presence of all these threats, it really made me wonder if maybe this means we are getting just a little bit closer to the end. Or if we're instead destined to wander these never-ending floors forever. But you know what? Despite the presence of all these difficult elements all introduced at the same time, I was feeling confident. I felt like all the training we had on previous floors almost prepared us to this. I felt ready, let's do this! Oh, I was having still infinite attempts because I had Void, of course. But still! We go all the way down until floor 196 with another 3.
Story.
See, I'm not joking when I say I was so excited to see what was gonna happen next. And oh boy, if only I knew. We witnessed to Lily trying on her dress. The wedding is getting closer. As a little marriage gift, Grey takes the pendant from around her neck and gives it to Lily. It is not clear when or how Grey obtained the pendant, but this gesture can easily symbolize the bond between the two. Even when Grey is gonna be absent, even when Grey is gonna be far away, she will always stay in Lily's memories. Or maybe it could also be a parting gift. Grey and Joanne meet up at the Queen's grave. Grey wants to end their arrangement. Yes, Grey and Joanne made a pact in the past. Joanne would have married Lily. In that way, everyone would have won. The kingdom would have its power consolidated, Joanne would become the new ruler, and Lily would have been free. But during the course of those days, Grey realized that, for Lily, this was genuine love. She loved Joanne, his appearance, his charisma, his manners. But for him, she was just a naive, spoiled brat. Grey slaps him in response. As she said, before being the princess caretaker, she's a friend. She's not gonna keep up this facade. She's gonna reveal everything to Lily. But Joanne was already seeing the bigger picture. His plans were set in motion long before they met, and Grey is powerless. This was where I ended the very first stream I ever made on this game. And you know what happened? Something I usually do not do for streams. I prepared a discussion. And I don't mean just a discussion where I ask you how was your day or what are you gonna do during the holidays, etc. No. A discussion to speculate about a couple of images and lines of dialogue spoken by our characters. I was trying to understand the lore. This game was entering this much into my head just after one single stream that my cogs started moving. Oh, and you're gonna see what happens later. But for now, we continue our journey to the next layer.
Oh no, that's another thing. What's that? The Cianoboricalcos?
Did I say that the statue is the most annoying mechanic in the game? Well, this is a close second. When you step on that tile, it creates a shadow clone. If anything, and I mean anything, happens to the shadow clone, it means falling down, it means touching a monster, you will die. And it constantly follow you. Easy, right? But come on, that cannot be that difficult. How many shadow clones are you gonna get? 1, 2, 37,000? And the levels. Oh, the levels. They started having even less resources to play with. Now we have both limitations and lack of resources. This is the ultimate challenge. All the monsters and the tiles we saw in the past 200 floors are here, to create the most frustrating experience of all times. You can see it from the timer, and I'm not joking when I say that going just through this layer for the first time required around 1 hour and 30 minutes. God freaking damn it. But I couldn't stop. I needed to see more. I needed to know what was gonna happen. And so we arrived to the 8-3, where we can resume our story from Grey's point of view. She seemingly was able to survive to a bolt of lightnings. Did John Miss? That's not important for now. Right now, she has to reach Lily as fast as possible. But arriving to her chamber, there is no one. There is only the door to the balcony, slightly opened. Lily was gonna attempt suicide. It's not fully clear what brought her to this decision. If it was Joanne, if it was the possibility of Grey getting hurt if this continues. An interesting detail is that in a trailer you can actually get a better view of this scene, just for a couple of seconds. Joanne reaches the two, accompanied by some of the strongest soldiers he has. He accuses Grey of treason and of attempting to assault Lily out of envy. Grey is gonna be executed the next day after the marriage. Lily at this point interrupts everything. She offers her complete cooperation as long as Grey stays safe. Joanne seems to agree, and the flashback ends. The climax of the story seems on the way. All the events we saw happening in front of our eyes up to this point will reach their epic conclusion. Will Grey be able to turn the tables? What is Joanne gonna do? Is this marriage the reason for which Lily is inside of here? Assuming the young woman talking about is Lily, of course, in the first place. And yet, there was something much more important that gained my attention in this moment. The brand for the next layer. This is my brand. The one I carved at the beginning. What's going on? You have come this far, and still, you understand nothing.
There's a safety locker inside of me, out of your reach, and I hold the key.
Even without getting an immediate grasp of what was going on, I almost felt despair. I almost felt something Grey was trying to say, as if this adventure through the void ended up pointless or impossible. And like for all the puzzles we overcame, I ended up wondering the same question. What did I do wrong?
My loss is mine.
The game starts teleporting you automatically around different floors, gradually devolving into impossible and downright nonsensical rooms. Was there a different outcome? Could have I prevented this? Well, I failed. After having established the logical appearance and layout of the floors and of the music that accompanies you through all the void, which, yes, was becoming darker and more mysterious in these last layers, but didn't even scratch the melancholy this track expressed, the game throws you through a roller coaster of emotion that destabilizes you, everything you thought you knew. You are not the one in control anymore. And Grey moves between all these different floors independently at a faster and faster rate as the music progresses, and then floors start slowly shrinking, having less ground, and the black expands, and the void becomes bigger as you get lost in the void, disappearing into nothingness, and then... it all ends. This, for a while, has been staying my favorite moment of the game. It's difficult to explain it because even if I wasn't able to fully understand what was going on, I had some theories, of course. For example, I thought we became a Void Lord or something. We're gonna maybe talk about this more later, but it's... I don't know, I guess you could almost call it a sixth sense. It made me perceive that I was not playing any game. I was playing Void Stranger. And with that beautiful sequence, we reach the final tree. This time, it's different from the others. It seems withered. Here, instead of seeing the usual flashback, Grey will hear the voice of an unknown entity. The voice asks if she can remember why she is here, and that she lost something in the process, something which will never allow her to reach the end. And while a mysterious image appears, the entity says that the envious one has poisoned our body, our mind, and our devotion. And that the only way to cleanse ourselves is by seeking for the Dark Idol. Seeking the Dark Idol and return to where she started. Even if it's not clear what they meant with poisoned our body, I had some speculations. Speculations revolving around a certain furball that offered us a fluid which removed our life and turned us into void. A furball which voided us. And the soundtrack of what we just listened into was called Voided. It's clear, the connection is not that far away. Still confused and ignorant, I think we found the Dark Idol. And with it, the function of another statue of the Void. Back at the beginning. Now the true game begins, and I am so confused about what just happened for now, but there is a thing I know. I am so ready! It's clear, now we're gonna reach the end without becoming void. Can we do it again, but faster? And oh boy, if there is one thing I loved in this part, is revisiting the earliest puzzles. It really makes you perceive how much improvement we had while playing. And I'm not just talking about memorizing puzzle, because at the end of the day, this game can be perfectly executed by anyone who knows the exact order of buttons to click. I'm more talking about training your logical thinking to overcome rooms, independently from what room, independently if you already know the solution or not. What I mean is, going all the way down is gonna be much faster. And while I was in the middle of my victory lap, it happened. It just happened. Eureka.
Okay. Hey! It's that symbol!
That symbol we saw in a dream, the same one present in the first mural, was extremely similar to the one present in this room. Be careful, because after uncovering this secret, there won't be any way of going back. Are you ready? Let's go. Welcome to an unknown floor of the Void, with what appears to be organic walls and a treasure chest in the middle. The Void memory is ours. With it, there was also a note, my memory of you. With this, you should be able to hear the voice of the fallen, of those who were and those who are yet to be. And if someone here, that includes you, sis, is reading this, scram, signed B. And even if it may not be fully clear to you, we are stuck on this floor, and there is only another thing we can interact with.
Those who have yet to be! The egg! Knock that chest over there 6 times in a row. Remain still and wait for 6 seconds. Now we can go through all the floors and have new information.
That's right. While in possession of the Void memory, eggs are capable of talking to us. Remember what I said about the game not having many NPCs? Well, I lied. This is the main and most important way you will be able to understand anything of the intricacies that surround this stupid world. All the eggs possess vital information towards mechanics and story of the game. But for now, we will put the one that talk about story on standby, so we can have a proper discussion later, okay? There are a couple of those I want to mention though, starting from the one on floor number 29. The tail connects the brand. If you remember, on this floor there is another mural, but it's partially broken and not clearly understandable. I know what you may be thinking. We saw that drawing the mural symbol on the floor on those specific square rooms allowed us to enter into a special room. What happens with the other murals? Well, here we can't really see a mural in the first place, so maybe actually nothing happens, but we're able to read Mayoans. Maybe it's a result of the Void memory, who knows?
The tail connects the brand. The tail connects the brand. The tail connects the brand. Ah! I think I got it!
The tail connects the brand. The tail connects the brand. After spending over 10 minutes repeating that phrase to myself, I think I understood. The brand, The tiles that compose the drawing of the mural, the thing we have to recreate in the square room, is traced by the long tail we see inside of some floors. And if the tail connects the brand, it's very simple the next step. Screenshot every single floor there is the tail in, and then connect them so that the tail makes sense, and then we're gonna have our brand. Easy, right? Easy. Easy? I spent 2 hours and 30 minutes moving pieces around, trying to understand connections. You have no idea how difficult this was. To this day, I still consider this my hardest accomplishment in terms of puzzles from the game. The tail also tricks you because there are multiple parts which, unless you make extreme attention or you already know the solution, you are gonna misplace some pieces because they all seem to fit well. They seem to fit well with the shadows, with the form, with the size, with the direction, with everything. And you know what some people tried to dare to say to me? Actually, in some part of the scales, there are some arrows which point towards different direction, which means you have to place the pieces in those other directions. And I'm like, fuck off! You really think I'm gonna look there and I'm gonna think, ah, yes, that's clearly an arrow, that's not just random pixels of a scale! I hate this puzzle so much. So I loved every single second of those 2 hours and 30 minutes. And I'm not joking. There was something so magical in feeling so intrigued by a puzzle to the point that you end up spending so much time on it. Again, this is one of the first puzzle games I play in my life, but they all give this sense of reward that maybe, I guess, I lost a gem. All of this to reach another room. And even if this room for now was basically useless to us, and so we may have spent almost 3 hours for no reward, the egg said something important for the future. Think where you can draw the brands. That's how you will bend these holes to your will. But we are gonna talk about this much later. The other thing in the room told us something else. To break the seal, push the lorn idol guarding their weakness 23 times, then remain still and wait. Back at the beginning of the game, and absolutely not because I accidentally died while trying to reach back the previous point without becoming voided. No, because I had a plan, of course, yeah, absolutely. I went back to Tail Room, and I noticed something. There was a statue. A lorn idol, perhaps? The statue got destroyed. We were correct. The next thing it says is that the idol was guarding their weakness, which I presume it's the tip of their tail, but we don't really have any way to go for that weakness, like something to harm it, or even a reason to do so except maybe curiosity, so let's go to the next layer. The next brand is already fully carved, so it shouldn't be too difficult to recreate it. Just isolate the beaver in a corner and it's gonna be perfectly fine. And this secret room. Oh, this secret room provides the best reward of the game. I am so happy the developers placed this reward in a place which is already fully carved and not behind a place like the tail puzzle, for example, otherwise I would have genuinely screamed at them for being bastards.
You acquired a strange pair of wings.
I love this upgrade! It is the most useful upgrade I have ever seen in any video game in the universe! You can trivialize most of the puzzles by being able to walk over single block holes with no problems! This upgrade is perfect. As I think you're understanding, going through the game multiple times is something that in a normal playthrough can and will happen. This upgrade offers the correct amount of power to overcome easily the lowest level challenges without going to the point of being just broken even in the later parts of the game. Trust me, later wings are gonna be barely useful. And remember that now we can also jump between floors using the smirking statues. Our movement capacity not only inside the floors, but between floors is improving exponentially. What I'm trying to say is, it's not gonna feel repetitive at all to do multiple runs through the void, because each run is gonna uncover more and more secrets, and going through the dungeon is gonna be much and much easier. Oh, and did I mention that Void Wings and Void Memory are accessible from the very beginning of the run by just carving a different symbol before carving your own? They are permanent. You got them once, you have them forever if you want them. And then we reached another layer, one with a brand with binary code on it. And you know, I'm not a programmer, but I know 1 is true in binary code and 0 is false. So, if it is what I think it is, I already know what to do. 1 means block, 0 means empty space. Let's do this. Another secret room. Apparently, it used to contain a seal, maybe similar to the one we saw previously. But then there was something else which caught my attention. A writing carved on the wall. It said, Mon was here. And then there were some weird symbols and some other thingies in the back. This writing over here is the thing which made me understand I needed my own void item. And I'm not talking about wings to fly or memory to read, no, I needed something to write, something to connect, something to understand. Let me present you the Void Paint. Across the various streams, I started gathering various phrases and images worth noting, cause my brain is ginormous, but even the best minds may require additional help to remember everything, you know? Or even just be able to speculate a bit. This game is really intriguing me, and even if it was just my first stream of speculation, so don't expect that much good of a cooking, I was having a lot of fun. And now, remember when I told you the eggs are able to tell us a story, and we were gonna resume it later? Well, later has arrived. Pay a lot of attention. The informations are a lot, and while I will call back to important parts, you should still store all of these in your memories. First of all, the entities which govern the Void seems to be 8. There is a total of 8 Void Lords. Ad, considered the leader and the beginning. There is not much else we can know up to now. The only vague hint on this Void Lord is the statue in the first level. Then we have Eus, the traitorous Void Lord. We already got some information from Tail, and we will talk about the treason in a second. The next one is B, described as the Craving. So it means it's probably from the 3rd layer, because while interacting with the mural with the Void Memory, you can read only a Craving remains. B appeared to be a true admirer of Lord Ad. And often they just spent some time together, eating locust idols and having a good time. After B on the list, we have Mon, the calculating charlatan. Mon's name will never be explicitly mentioned. Mon's name will never be explicitly Mon's name will never be explicitly mentioned from eggs in their own domain. This is because Mon appears to be part of the traitorous Void Lords, whose name shall never grace these halls again. In fact, remember how after each mural there is a statue representing a Void Lord? In this domain there is not a statue, and in Eus' domain there is Tail where the statue should have been. The best hint towards understanding this domain is Mon's domain is that the chamber spells Mon was here, and also apparently looking at Mon in the eye would turn anyone into gold. This is my favorite Void Lord, and you will soon realize the reason. Right after Mon's domain there is Tan, the Raging. After all, only rage remains. Tan was kinda solitaire. They preferred to stay on their own, enjoying some time alone, not interested in bonding with other Void Lords at all. And also, as we will see later, they were kind of a hothead, let's say. Gore, another traitorous Void Lord, and in fact, once again, no statue. Similarly to Tan, Gore was not interested in bonding with Void Lords. But it doesn't stop there. They were not interested at all towards anything happening in the Void. They would just fulfill their role at the bare minimum required and be left alone. The penultimate Void Lord is Leb, the Devious, with a devotion able to rival even the one of Lord Ad. And nevertheless, their loyalty seemed to never crumble, even when fate brought them to battle their own sisters. Give me a second, we're gonna go right back to that in a second. And the last Void Lord present in the Void, the one you encounter in the lowest layer available, is Sif. And we know nothing. Yes, eggs didn't unveil any secrets about Sif, partially because there are no eggs. There are basically no eggs at all to interact with on Sif's levels, and the reason for this is very simple. What are eggs? You see, Void Lords used to roam these floors much more in the past. They had the purpose of judging sinners, each layer becoming harsher than the precedent. And we even saw other entities, other people during our descent. We weren't really able to interact with them, and we're gonna talk about them much later, but they exist. Those, just like us, are lost souls. They too are trying to progress as much as possible and reach lower levels. Going lower is the only way forward after all. And on that note, imagine it for a second. We have the chance to use the Void Rod to move around. They have to work on their own forces. Well, nobody's perfect, and the journey is very hard. It's unsure if anyone can even reach the end of the Void. But what happens if you give up? After failing too many times, we will be given the answer we are looking for. After being surrounded by the pitch black which inhabits these layers, after having tried so hard to progress, but ultimately having ended up in a failure, our will starts to crumble. Our mission gets abandoned, and we give up. We turn into an egg. Every single egg you stumble upon during your expedition into the Void is another one of the lost soul. But unlike you, they are not able to continue. Their will is gonna crumble sooner or later. And this already makes you understand how many people were able to advance in the Void. The progressive lack of eggs in the lowest floors shows even more how much difficult of a task it's triumphing the Void. But let's get back to the gist. Their purpose was judging sinners. It's not clear why they were judging sinners, or where did they come from in the first place. What gets brought to our attention is that, in a first moment, Void Lords seemed to live in harmony, and the Void was still in flux. But one day, everything changed. It all started with a sin committed by Eus. From there, a battle erupted, and Void Lords turned against each other. On one side, we had Ad, Bi, Tan, Lev, and Sif. On the other side, we had Eus, Mon, and Gore. It is possible Mon sided with Eus because they liked a lot Eus scales, while the reason for which Gore ended up in the traitors reflects even more their laziness. It was not due to active participation that she betrayed Ad, but because Gore did not pick a side. They probably did not even care about this, but one either stands with Lord Ad, or... And so, the battle started. Eus got fully devoured except for a small fraction which became tail. Gore got decapitated and left to rot in their own lair forever. And regarding Mon, it really seemed Mon died. In the secret chamber accessible with Mon brand, it's mentioned that there used to be a seal in here, but it's long gone. So, if the seal is gone, Mon is dead, right? Ad's side may have got the upper hand in this war, but not without catastrophic consequences. During the battle, Tan was unable to contain a rampage anymore and became unstoppable, up to the point where Ad had to strike them down. Their current fate, it's not fully clear. And that's not the end. Lev stayed loyal to Lord Ad, but couldn't support the death of their sister, and so Lev decided to take their own life. After all of this, after this colossal clash between Void Lords which left the Void in shambles, Lord Ad left the Void forever. It's possible that this decision may partially be related to the shock of the betrayal of Eus, but unfortunately, that's where our information stop. For now. We cannot stop here. We still have to try to go back to the deepest layers of the Void without being voided and see if it changes something, if it gives us a different outcome or anything. But that's not even the only thing we have to do. There are a lot of questions left unanswered, starting from, probably, the most important one for our run. On the writing which says Mon was here, there is a weird table which connects floors to locusts. What does it mean? Does it mean maybe by having a certain amount of locusts on specific floors, there is gonna be something which happens? But already there are some discrepancies. How do you reach 3 locusts by floor 4? There is only one chest before that.
Knock the backside of the chest 3 times in a row while it's closed, then wait for 3 seconds. Something good should happen. Don't ask how I know. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2...
Yes, we can skip some floors, we can fly, we can uncover more informations, and now we even have an easier way to stack locusts, which means even more fast travel and more attempts in case we die. But hey, we have 3 locusts, the first threshold of the drawing has been reached. What happens on floor 4?
3? Stranger. Are those locusts in your pocket, or are you just happy to see? How about a trade? As you might have noticed, traveling through these halls can get rather tiresome. There are, however, shortcuts!
There is a pattern of horns, they are mentioning shortcuts, and remember, only Void Lords know shortcuts. An egg told us that the Covetous Lord showed interest in locusts, and that by having too many locusts they would surely show up. Guys, we are talking to Mon. The Mon, which was just assumed dead a second ago, escaped death somehow. But that's not the important part for now. For now, what's important is shortcuts. By trading locusts on specific floors, Mon will give us even more tools to become a true master of the Void. You see, on specific layers, there are secrets.
in the 7th room, just one more step beyond the exit. Let's see! Perfect, it means the problems are gone. At least we found here we are!
These shortcuts are a godsend, and they allow you to skip several floors every single time you run. Oh yeah, and in here there is also some other stuff, but we will talk about it later, it's not that important. And there are also some other very cool things I did right now that I think it's better to not say just yet, because I already threw so many informations all at once. Let's go to something, softer. In a veranda room we find a fucking Void Lord. Say hello to Tan. They got confined in their secret chamber apparently, probably put to rest by the Void Sword stuck on the ground. Now we have a sword, and we better learn how to use it. Welcome to the first boss fight. Tan periodically uncovers their face and shoots a giant laser. And every time you hit Tan, there are gonna be some lightnings you have to dodge. You know what I love about this battle? That even the battle follows the same rules as everything else in the Void. Once again, if you fail the battle, it's just because you moved incorrectly, or because you didn't fully grasp some informations. For the rest, all I can say is, oh, the music!
I blocked him! Oh!
Tan moves around during the battle and shoots the laser, because the laser can only go vertically. But by using the tiles to block Tan in a specific part of the map, we are virtually invincible. We have all the time in the world to relax. This is what I'm talking about! You can use your knowledge and your experimentation to do this kind of stuff!
Next one. Easy.
Void Memory, Void Wings, and Void Sword. All the Void items are in our hands right now. Be prepared to face the Void in a much different way. Being able to just click and cancel from existence these bastards that ruined our life for so long is priceless. There are still some limitations. For example, we cannot use the sword on the mimics because the mimics are gonna start a dialogue where they mimic our character, but that's not really important. But I think it's fair to say that the true Void Stranger begins now.
If you see my sister, tell them that Gore said hi. They are missing their left eye.
So, Gore is searching for their sister, and their sister is missing their left eye. How did Tan look again? Yeah, it may be difficult to say that to her.
See ya.
I think by this point I can say it. This reveals something which was being kinda implied already with Lev and B, thanks to some other eggs. B mentioned if it's you sister, Scram. Lev took their own life because their sister died. All the Void Lords, or at least the majority of the Void Lords, are all sisters. They are all connected by something. They were maybe all given birth by the same entity. But in any case, the way to uncover Gore's mural was still a complete mystery to me. That's why we're gonna jump straight up into Lev's domain.
Only envy remains. The envious one has poisoned your body!
The envious one has poisoned your body. Only envy remains. The eggs told us that Lev took their own life, but then there seems to be a connection between Lev and the Furball. Is it possible that maybe this entity is on a similar level with Tail, where it's just a fraction of the Void Lord? And not only that, we saw that Mon did not actually die. There is something very fishy going on, but maybe we are still missing something. And while my head travels through hypotheses, we reached once again that final room. The room where our previous run ended. We are not voided this time. Is something gonna be different? The following floors assume a totally different atmosphere compared to what we saw while voided. And once again, none of this seems to have an apparent meaning. Each following floor will be showing the various letters of the alphabet. On one side, it almost felt as if we reached a victory lap. We mastered the puzzles and understood how to navigate quickly and safely through all of the previous floors. We are getting closer and closer to be a true master of the Void. But on the other side, it still feels as if we understand nothing. With that, We reached the final tree. All questions left unanswered could find meaning in here. Why did we enter the void? What's gonna happen inside the kingdom? What is the connection between the events we were trying to put together in the flashbacks? And what's happening right now, in front of our eyes? Let's see. We are back inside of the kingdom. Grey is awoken in her cell by the arrival of Four Eyes. Four Eyes says that there is something wrong in the ceremony, and implores us to save the princess. And as we approach the chapel, everything is gonna make sense. The chapel is completely empty, with only Joan and Lily standing in the middle. All the people who participated were killed. The sacrifice has almost been completed. But not before our antagonist takes a moment to start monologuing and recall his own backstory. Joan was a fierce knight in the past, but fate caused him to become mortally wounded on the battlefield. At which point, he started praying. He begged the stars to save him. But all of his prayers were left unanswered, to which he decided to curse his fate and those responsible for it. He does not deserve to die. He was supposed to reach much, much greater heights. And maybe it was this fighting spirit that caused 3 figures to appear in front of him during a solar eclipse. These godly creatures offered him a second chance, offered him the power to change the world. All they wanted in exchange was his unwavering devotion. You may begin to see a clear reference to another piece of work instead of here. It's a clear parallel with the eclipse in Berserk. Also, some little spoilers for Berserk you can skip to here if you want. The black figures reacted to the miserable state of Joan. The Behelit reacted to the miserable state of Griffith, currently at its lowest, overtaken by despair. And they both offer supernatural power in exchange for a sacrifice. In the same way, as part of his contract with them, Joan has to offer the kingdom and its inhabitants as sacrifices. And now, everything is finally completed. It's time for them to rise once more.
Show yourselves, Lords of the Void!
It all starts making sense now. That's how this Knight of the Heavens was able to rise from scratch. That's why they were pretending to be interested into Lily. Joan saw this kingdom as a fantastic opportunity to gather a good amount of souls at the same time. And not only that, he's even more of a bastard. He wanted already to arrange a marriage with Lily, but by pretending he didn't want to, he was able to make a contract with Grey. A contract where, supposedly, Joan was able to physically abuse of Grey. All of this just because Grey wanted for Lily to be happy. In front of these ominous creatures, it seems we are powerless. But Joan is still missing one sacrifice, and asks to one of the Void Lords you may know very well to finish the job. B.
Hello! I am Void Lord B! Nice to meet you! Now...
Even Grey, that up to now has been seen to be one of the strongest people in the world, Grey the Destroyer, is nothing compared to a Void Lord. Unlike other enemies, B's HP value is instead replaced with Void 2, and it could make sense. B is in the 3rd layer of the Void. If Ad stays at layer 0 and EU stays at layer 1, then B is layer 2, Void 2. This is a fight we cannot win. Despite everything, Grey was still surprisingly able to resist, even while fighting some godly creatures like the Void Lords. And before they finish her off, Lily wants to make a contract. Lily offers her own soul in exchange for Grey's safety. And to the surprise of everyone, the entity with an helmet called Your Honor accepts it. They say this has evaluated their request, and it was approved. Grey of course is against this, but the contract has been sealed. If Grey wants Lily back, then they're gonna wait for her at the bottom of the Void, where this will reevaluate her devotion. Lily hands back the pendant, promising one day to return it. This changes nothing to Joan. After he kills Grey and fulfills the contract, there will be not a single person on Earth able to oppose him. He will be unstoppable. And so, he snaps the fingers. Lightning bolts seem to not appear anymore, and to this, Beery appears saying that the time has expired and the contract has been... voided. Sorry, let's go back. This means all of his magical powers are gone. He is just an idiot, standing in front of the Destroyer. And what does the fierce Knight of the Heavens do in here? He begs like a maggot. Oh, you have no idea. This moment made me feel so satisfied when I saw it for the first time! From the first moment John is revealed, it's clear he's up to no good. And finally, after all this time, everything gets revealed and he gets the most satisfying punch on his face. I love this moment. But in any case, it all makes sense now. No, I mean, it doesn't. It's still full of questions moving through my head, but this explains a good part of my questions. Going deeper and deeper through the void is a test of devotion. The concept of devotion has been already mentioned previously, referring to how the Envious One has poisoned our devotion by voiding us. Then the Void Lords, they gave Joan powers in exchange for his unwavering devotion. And finally, if Grey is able to prove enough devotion to reach the end of the void, then maybe she's gonna be able to take Lily back. It was already kinda possible that Grey entered in here for Lily, but now we know the exact reasons. This makes you perceive even more how genuine, honest, and spontaneous is the love Lily has for Grey. Almost to the point where maybe Lily can consider Grey her own mother. But this was the last tree, and we reach floor 255. This seems the end of the journey. Grey reaches what's supposed to be the end of the void, and gets congratulated by Your Honor, B, and the other entity still unnamed. Grey's devotion was strong enough that now she can forge a contract with this. She is able to take back one sinner from the void at the cost of not being able to access the void ever again. This seems to be the perfect conclusion to our story. Lily gave her life for Grey. Grey, one of the only people who ever truly cared about Lily, not just as a caretaker, but as a friend, escapes from the void with Lily, and everyone lives happily ever after. If only it was that simple. It seems that another soul began growing inside of Lily. Yes, that bastard tried so hard for Grey to not have an happy ending, and he actually succeeded. Grey is in disbelief. She wants an audience with these, she refuses the offer, but in the end, she needs to choose. Which soul is she gonna bring out of the void? And so, while showing us the still dormant Lily, credits start rolling. This is the end of the first act of the game. Grey made her choice. She didn't take Lily, she took her daughter. And it's not that difficult to think about the possible reason. Lily is basically in a coma where she's gonna be perfectly preserved as long as she stays in there. But God only knows what happens if Lily was the one to be taken out. Would the baby just die? And so, the adventure of life goes on. And Grey finds herself in what appears to be modern times, at the center of a crossroads. She realizes she's holding something in her hands, and by opening them, she sees it. Lily's child. How did she go from medieval times all the way to modern times? I mean, time is distorted in Lord... time is distorted in the Void. It gets mentioned multiple times during our descent about how the concept of time in here doesn't really adds up anymore. It's not even certain for how long Grey actually slept at the trees, or how long it actually took from going from floor 1 all the way to floor 255. Do you remember the memory tab? I unlocked a good amount of memories by this ending. All of them were portraying a girl which looked suspiciously similar to Lily. But there was always something a little bit strange. We always saw Lily in what appeared to be medieval age, with the dresses, with the fact that they lived inside of a castle, but then it entered in contrast with the photos. And then there was Kirby. There is Kirby. This idiot was drawing a fucking Kirby! Kirby is canon in the Void Stranger universe! And that is not the only thing even. There was a date on a photo. There was a magical girl cosplay, which brought me to speculate the usual what if it's all in le head kinda moment. Which is kinda similar to what happened with Dante and the Divine Comedy. Yes, spoiler, Dante did not physically go to the Inferno. But the reason I'm also mentioning Dante, it's because we will go back to him later. But yeah. All those theories go out of the roof right now. What's certain is that we have a lot of stuff to talk about. But before doing that, we're gonna have to play a couple more minutes of the game, okay? Nothing too special, just reopen the game and enjoy. Gray is nowhere to be seen. We're in control of who I think is Lily's daughter, and we are able to explore the house. The first thing I notice is a little book on a pedestal near the entrance. The book is called Dictionary Infernal.
A passage about Beelzebub, Lord of the Flies, has been highlighted. I really don't have time for this nonsense. Huh. Looks like these have been dusted somewhat recently. Stubborn old woman. Give me a second. Pills in the toilet! The birth certificate must be in here somewhere.
It appears we were looking for a birth certificate, and it seems we found it.
So I mean, maybe we were onto something with that. There is a sealed envelope on the table. It's addressed to you!
Welcome back to the Void! What did I say about answering one question and creating a million more questions? What the hell was that giant monster with 4 eyes? They won't tell us. Welcome back to the Void!
And then there is Don't Cover and Beelzebub.
Now it's time to pause the gameplay again and go through another cooking session! Yes, I think you two have made the connection in your head. Beelzebub. Voidlord names appear to be 3-letter names of real demonic creatures. Like a real, mythological demonic creature, you know what I mean! And not only that, as you remember, each mural contains phrases like only envy remain, only craving remains, etc. Each mural reveals the sin connected to the Void Lord. But first of all, to introduce them, we have to talk about Peter Binsfield. Peter Binsfield is a German theologian, and the reason we are mentioning him is because the association between each Void Lord and their respective sin seems to have been inspired by his classification of demons, which is something like this. But without further ado, let's reanalyze every single Void Lord under this new light. Eus. Eus comes from Asmodeus, the demon of lust and responsible for twisting people's sexual desires. Despite being only a fragment of what they actually are, this seems very blatant when looking at the form they assumed during our visit in the Void. Then we have B. B comes from Beelzebub, and the mural says only a craving remains. Craving is a big desire for something. It's very easy to connect this craving to gluttony, which assumes even a twisted sense, considering that in a dialogue with an egg, it's told B doesn't even perceive any taste. Does that mean that B was just a good friend with Ad? Well, yes, but also in another dialogue it's revealed that she loves eating eggs. Then there is Mon. Mon comes from Mammon, the Prince of Greed, and even if their sin is not revealed from the mural immediately because the mural is damaged, they are described as being blinded by their own covetousness. And since we also saw they act act as a sort of merchant, we can easily assume their associated sin is greed. Not only that, but apparently their eye is able to turn everything into gold. Why am I wearing this tag? Let's just say it keeps both of us safe. Tan comes from Satan, and their associated sin is wrath. And I think you can easily understand that, considering their rampage after the Void Lords clash. Unfortunately, I don't have many other things to say about Tan in here. Tan ends up being kind of a secondary character, despite being the first boss battle you may find in the game. But it's fine, we are still at the beginning after all. Yes, I know we're at over 1 hour of video, but we are still at the beginning. Gore is the aforementioned Belphegor, and the sin associated is Sloth, the same thing that caused their decapitation in the Void Lords clash. One interesting detail I want to point out is that apparently, according to religious tradition, Belphegor helps people make discoveries, and, you know, in my run, the first statue usage ever we found was thanks to them, so I guess it's canon. And for the next two, we don't really have any other informations to add, we're just gonna give them their sinners' names, okay? Lev is Leviathan, and the associated sin is Envy. Envy. And Sif is Lucifer, associated sin is Pride. But let's arrive to the important stuff. Who is Ad? After all, classifications only mention 7 entities, here we have an 8th one. You are soon gonna discover that Ad is the most peculiar one, and that's why I kept them for last. In the Bible's Book of Revelations chapters, Abaddon is said to be released from the bottomless pit, which is a passageway for, or another name for, hell, to command his army of demonic locusts to torment humanity. And while in a different way, we can still see this entity is connected to locusts, which are very present among the Void, and even seem to be kinda valuable. After all, entities like Mon are collecting them. They are even usable by Grey to get multiple chances during our descent. And the reason I mentioned Bottomless Pit and Hell is because of the many similarities we saw up to now between the Void and Hell. Judging humanity, associations with sins. In particular, there are even some references and inspiration from Dante's Inferno. The first lines pronounced by the ominous figure called Your Honor in the current moment are an English transposition of a couple of lines taken directly from Canto 4th of Dante's Inferno, the canto talking about limbo. For these defects, and for no other evil, we are now lost and punished just with these. We have no hope, and yet we live in longing. And also, when we started the game for the very first time, there was an image of Dante's Inferno. But that's not the only thing. The entrance to the Void Grey uses is located in modern times at the center of a crossroads. Crossroads represent liminality, a place literally betwixt and between. A place between, in the middle. How does Canto 1st of Inferno begin? Midway upon the journey of our life. In this case, the midway point is the crossroads, and it's the point where our descent began. There are also some other references, some of which I still cannot fully reveal, but I wanted to start mentioning it right now because there is gonna be a lot to talk about. So yeah, we're playing as this new character right now. Hey, whoa, relax, I'm just getting started. What, you think that's it? That I started talking about all the Void Lords and all the references for fun? Well, I mean, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun talking about this, but there is a reason! With all the sister they call each other, you may end up asking yourself a question. Where do they come from? Or, on a different note, who gave birth to them? Oh, you are not ready. You see, there is a hidden mechanic in the game called Justice. Justice assumes different values during your run. The way it changes is incredibly complex, so we won't discuss much about how you change it. The only important thing is that if you have a certain amount of justice in certain points of the Void, you will find some weird creatures. And by talking to them, you will quickly realize what's going on. I hope you're ready, because now it's where we start seriously talking about lore. These entities right here were attempts of Ad to create sentient life. In particular, they are failures, mistakes Ad made and threw away. But the story they have to say in their few lines of dialogues is gonna connect everything. Multiple of these failures explicitly state how Ad was the one to create all other Void Lords in the Void. B, Mon, all of them! And now we can even understand the nickname given from the eggs to Ad. Ad the Beginning. And that explains even more the shock Ad must have felt after Eos' rebellion. By Ad point of view, Eos is basically a daughter. But this also puts a different type of light on the figure of Ad. It's mentioned Mon was created using a different method than the others, which resulted in a mistake. Mon was alive and sentient and became a Void Lord, but this method created the most repugnant Void Lord of them all. And even Gore later on was created using the same exact method, just in a more careful way, we could say. Was it successful? Well, no. The whole reason for which Gore is totally disinterested into everything and is almost emotionless is because of this method. And by connection, the reason Gore wasn't really able to decide during the war is because of the very Void Lord Gore is. It's her nature. And by extension, is because of Ad themselves. On a certain note, in this moment, Ad almost reminded me of Princess Bubblegum. From the surface, Ad appeared to be a good leader, caring about the others and such. But the more we are digging and discovering, and the more it really seems that Ad made several mistakes during their life. But if you have been following all of this through, you may have one particular question in your mind. Why was Ad doing all of this? Why creating life? Why changing methods? Why, what, or who were they trying to create? Well, the answer is clearly given by the final failure found inside of Sith Domain. Finally, after honing their skills for so long, Ad got closer than ever before. They gave birth to a fragile being, lacking in strength, imperfect in many ways, just like Ad had hoped. An artificial Manusia. A being capable of enlightenment. Their true name, like all of the others, is long forgotten, but their sisters call them Sith. Ad wasn't trying to create any kind of life. They were trying to create artificial Manusia. What is a Manusia? If you're familiar with Buddhism, you may know Manusia translates to human, and it's one of the 6 destinations. These 6 destinations are the different kind of sentient beings in the world. We have Naraka, the Hell World. Then we have Tyriak, Animal World. Pareta, Ghost World. Azura, Demon World. Manusia, Human World. And lastly, Deva, the God World. Manusia is used to refer to human beings, entities trapped in the cycle of samsara, the endless cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. The ultimate goal for Manusia is to escape samsara, to escape this endless cycle, and this liberation takes the name of Nirvana. And as the failure says, this entity Ad was creating should have been capable of enlightenment. It's not a stretch to assume that this enlightenment they're talking about can be considered Nirvana. But now that we have a more precise idea about what they were trying to accomplish, this leaves multiple other questions. Was Sith able to do anything? Did they escape samsara already? And also, if we started by the assumption that every Void Lord was created by Ad, then how does the entity briefly mentioned this fit into all of these? Welcome to finally New Game Plus! Hey, remember when I mentioned that the game's difficulty has a slow and gradual progression during the run of Grey? You have access to more techniques you learned through the floors, then you even get access to more tools to facilitate a bit more... Well... Welcome to hell.
Okay. We keep out for later in that case.
The game holds no punches anymore. If Grey was normal difficulty, this is fuck you! Every single layer of the Void is full of monsters, of statues, of enemies, of obstacles. Even the easiest puzzles became 10 times harder. In here, having the burdens from the start is necessary, and trust me, I tried a personal challenge of being able to use swords and wings from the start, only after having reached the floors where you would normally get them. It was... not a good idea.
Okay. Easy. Wait, I need a... I need a paper! Then I go up here, and then I die. Then I push this statue down there, push this one without breaking the... This tree down here to do this. Now I have to remember it. Okay, first of all, 1, 2.
Oh boy... So yeah, but you see, there is one important thing. We already discussed about everything related to gameplay, which means we can focus completely on the story. Yes, Lily's daughter has access to her own trees and unique dreams in that department. Lily's daughter, who we will soon get to know, is called Lily. Got it? Lily. We are gonna go back to this later. The first tree takes us back very closely to where we ended up with Grey. Grey is breastfeeding Lily. She expresses relief that Lily has grown so fast, and tells her that she must grow up strong for her mother's sake. Lily is still waiting all the way down into the void. Gray loves Lily, but it's made clear she's gonna train Lily to be ready to save her mother. After this, we can move to the second tree, where there is a little flash forward. Gray is trying to buy a house which is not in good conditions. She even receives a call from her friend Freya, which is trying to give monetary support, but Gray doesn't want any of that. And to me, it's kinda easy to understand why. Ever since the medieval times, Gray was used to be the one in control of the situation. She was the one others could rely on. She was known as Gray the Destroyer, she was the caretaker of the queen, she was able to succeed where everyone else failed. She's happy with this house, Gray and Lily are gonna live in here. And then we can catch a little glimpse of the gremlin, Lily, now an energetic young child. The next tree is one we may come back to very often. The dream opens with a mythological story, and oh boy, this part is important! It explains how everything began from a blooming flower. The blooming flower filled the world with stars, and the stars were able to give thought and emotions to every single being that basked in their light. Humans in particular were fascinated by the stars. They prayed to the stars, eventually building a great tower and growing wings atop it in hopes that they might reach them. And one day, they answered. But it was not what they were expecting. A blackened void star fell on the earth, and from it, malicious demons emerged to prey upon the weak-minded humans. The humans realized their true nature and sealed the star in the tower, burying everything under the ground, to never be seen again. But it was already late. The seed has been already planted. Those demons already found their way into human hearts. Just as people learned to admire stars, they also learned to fear them. Once again, as you may imagine, there are some good parallels between this star and the Void Lords, and it's clear why Gray is reading this story to Lily, to never forget her true goal. In particular, Gray mentions how most of the world has already forgotten this story. But for now, none of this is gonna be discussed. Let's continue. The next tree is... Oh, we arrived in here! Oh boy, alright. So basically, long story short, Lily and Sonia, which is the daughter of Freya, the friend of Gray, have to go to a party together, okay? They go out of the house, and then Gray and Freya start discussing. In a first moment, they talk about the rebellious attitude of Lily. She gets constantly into fights at school, up to the point where Gray wonders if she's doing the correct thing, if she's being a good mother, if her daughter's rebellious behavior is because of her. But here it's where the most important part arrives. Freya suggests that Gray should go on a date. So Freya schedules an appointment for her, and here we go. Next tree, say hello to Daniel. For friends, Dan, the best character in the game. Stays on screen for fucking 5 minutes but becomes the most iconic character ever.
Freya tends to exaggerate stuff like that. Like, she told me that you have got really big... expectation.
In what appears to be a clear reference to visual novels, we're able to go through different dialogues which all will converge to the same conversation afterwards. We get to know more about Gray's current life. She works at a university, in charge of translating old manuscripts, and I mean, she's ancient, so for her it's not really a work, she's just reading. It's like if you taught an English lesson or something, I guess, or maybe you are not English which are watching this video, but still, you know what I mean. But then, Dan asks it. The one question he shouldn't have said. Dan asks about Lily's father. Gray, of course, is not able to answer. What can she say? Actually, her father was the king of a kingdom like 10 million years ago. But she promised to take care of Lily no matter what. To which she has a realization. What are we doing here? Why are we wasting our time? We have to save Lily. If up to now these dreams, these memories seemed kinda wholesome and heartwarming, from now the music changes. The dream opens up with the school principal talking about how Lily got into another fight, and this is the last time to correct Lily's behavior or she's gonna get expelled. On the way back, they have a long, uncomfortably long silence. And even just by looking at Gray, you can tell something is off. She isn't thinking only about the fight. She has the Void, Lily. But fortunately, Gray is still able to maintain control, and explains that maybe one time she would have done the same. But growing up, she realized that fighting would not change anything. It almost baffled me the first time I did read this, because in this context, of course, it's not that much inappropriate. But on one side, does Grey think fighting is useless? Does Grey actually think we're all just slave of the fate? That we are just puppets in the hand of gods? Whatever the case, you can truly perceive that Grey changed from the medieval times, and you're gonna feel that even more in the next dream. It opens up in a very similar way to the first dream of Grey Run. Playtime is over. Lily will soon go to university and offer military service. Grey is training a soldier. Grey tells Lily that she's getting too old for games like these. She wants Lily to care about her future. But Lily doesn't have any perspective. She actually wants to skip a year of university and go on a vacation with Sonia. Grey of course rejects this foolish proposal. After all, it's for Lily's best. Is it? Lily questions it. Is it for her best? Or for Grey's best? You know, it seems almost clear to me that Grey, as a parent, was way too strict and didn't give It is B to interrupt the end of the dream. They note that Lily was not invited in the Void. Then, what is she doing here? B says they cannot do anything instead of dreams. But eventually, she will wake up. And now, she will be at their mercy. Invited. What does it mean to get invited into the Void? Well, we know for sure that Grey was invited. She specifically had the chance to rescue Lily, given to her by Deez. For Lily, it was different. It was that giant creature to open a hole in the ground. Did Void Lords not get notified of this? Was this done in secret? More questions come up, but we cannot stop. New tree. Maybe the most important tree for Lily's story. Lily convinces Sonia to do it. To do what, you ask? To cut her hair short. Going back home, Grey's reaction is pure shock. This shock isn't really fully explained. It may just be because short hair aren't seen positively in women from the times Grey comes from, and this will become more clear later with another NPC. But then, there may also be another reason. We saw that Grey has short hair for the entirety of her run through the Void, but after reaching modern times, she lets the hair grow. And Lily is growing hair as well. Grey even mentions how Lily never cut her hair. It's almost as if they were having a bond with the hair, and by cutting them, she almost broke it. And then there is another version, another vision, which is the most disturbing one. Grey maybe wanted Lily to have long hair because she reminded her of Lily. Grey wanted to have Lily too, because she was unable to let Lily go. We will resume this discussion later, okay? For now, let's continue. The two start arguing, and Lily ends up making a crude attack on Grey. And in response, Grey is not able to contain it anymore. You are worse than your mother. The two stay silent for a moment, before Grey yells at her to get out of the house. And this brings us to the final tree of the journey. Lily, currently in the modern times, receives a call from Freya, which has to give a shocking revelation. We aren't explicitly told what she said, but it's clear they were talking about Grey. And it's even more clear, if you look at the house at the beginning of this run, that you realize Grey has died. Probably during a slow regression into madness, while trying to search for a connection to the Void, a connection to hell, while taking pills, taking medicines, trying to hold on to life as much as possible to find even the slightest clue as to how to reach the entrance of the Void to allow Lily to enter, but it was not enough. And now, Lily goes through a series of memories. In this section, you have to recompose the different images, the different memories stuck in Lily's brain. You have to remember the sequence of events which brought you in here. And I gotta say, this is incredibly clever. As we will realize more and more later, the Void has a very special relation with memories, in particular in making them confusing, in making them elusive, in making them out of reach. What we are trying to do right now with these puzzles is attempting to remember. Freya is gonna tell Lily about the first time she met Grey. It was very early in the morning. Freya got up to witness to a solar eclipse. And considering that on one of the photos you can unlock there is written 1995, it's possible this eclipse is the one which happened on July 22, 1990, visible from Finland. And after seeing the eclipse, Grey was just there. Grey was almost crying, and as you may imagine, it was even impossible to comprehend her language at the time. And then Freya saw the baby that Grey was holding in her hands. And if you paid attention, Freya was pregnant at the time. Maybe it was mother instincts, but she just couldn't leave them there. Freya took them in. Fortunately, a doctor confirmed that Lily was perfectly sane and fine. But the same couldn't be said about Grey. Not only her body was covered in scars, but also her womb and ovaries were completely missing. And this already confirmed Lily's suspicions. Even before searching for the birth certificate, Grey was not Lily's mother. Freya says that Grey loved Lily, that she cared about her more than anything else. The last tree was completed and Lily's journey could almost be at an ending. But can she really do it? Lily reached her limit and gives up. But of course, Bee appears, ruining the emotional moment, and is ready to eat the egg. I think you already saw those horns. This is odd. They don't say much. The only thing they point out is that you do not belong here, little one. This is a place of sinners. Lily has no sins, no purpose of being here. Doesn't it feel nostalgic? What appears to be Grey stands still in front of the tomb, and Lily is able to have one final conversation. A conversation she was never able to have. It starts out of frustration. It doesn't matter how hard she tried, for Grey was never enough. She was never able to become the person Grey wanted for her to become. For all of her life, Grey has been a mystery to her. She doesn't really comprehend her actions. She just wants Grey to realize the reason for which she came back in the end. Lily, of course, is still mad at Grey, but God, she would love for Grey to be here to hear that. To be here to hear that Lily finally realized. She realized the amount of sacrifices Grey did for her. Grey sacrificed the entire rest of her life to be sure that Lily would grow up strong and safe. She finally recognizes her as her mom. Goodbye, Mom. As Grey's body vanishes into a orb of light, only a memory will remain. Damn it, I love this game. Oh, and I thought you may wonder, Lily's route does not have access to a voided ending. You will be able to reach this point and beyond regardless if you are void or not. Why? Well, she already turns into a rockhead during her story, so she already sort of voids in any case. And also remember, she entered in here without knowing why. She did not have a purpose to go through all of these floors. Or in other words, she did not have the devotion these wanted to see. She was never gonna be able to reach the end like this. And in another perspective, I think this may give us an explanation as to why her gameplay was much harder than Gray's. It's a result of her devotion. Gray has a strong devotion already. If we still assume that devotion is never letting go of your goals, always trying to achieve the end, always trying to achieve your purpose, then we can be sure that Gray has a strong devotion. But on the other hand, as I told you, Lily doesn't know even why she's here. We may say that she has to compensate for a complete lack of devotion. And that's why the route is harder. She needs to prove much more why she wants to reach the end. But in any case, we are once again at the intro. In particular, we see once again Lily picking up the letter Gray left for her. It's in this moment that we reobtain the achievement for the pendant, implying that Lily had the pendant all along. And then, we go back to the trial. B is absent for obvious reasons, and Your Honor notes how it's surprising she was able to arrive in here despite not having a strong devotion. But this task still deserves a reward. That's why she offers Lily a contract with this in exchange for leaving the void once and for all. But that's once again the problem. This is the outcome Gray was hoping for, to reach the end of the void and reclaim her true mother. But Lily doesn't know what's at the bottom of this. Lily has no idea her true mother is in here. She doesn't have any particular desires. So many things happened since the descent started. So many memories came back to her mind. But there is only one person she was truly thinking about right now. Gray. She finally found the braveness in her hand to try to understand Gray's struggle. Having to create a new life in a world she doesn't know, with a daughter she wasn't expecting to have. Having to face a reality completely different from what she was used to. She made several mistakes during these years, but she always tried her best, and Lily is finally able to realize that. Lily is grateful for everything, and wishes for her mother to have peace. A very simple gift, nothing too special, shows even more how pure and naive Lily is, and how she doesn't absolutely belong to the void. Invasion from space! Giant alien fleet! They show no mercy. And their leader is... Green Orange. Brace yourselves, because this is the story of a fighter who wanted to become Zero Ranger. Our story takes place on a planet called Daikon. The planet is under invasion from a powerful entity defined as Green Orange. With their power, they were able to take control of the majority of the Planetary Defense Force. The strongest unit available to humankind, Type A Grapefruit, attempted to turn the tables, but they lost communication ever since. The only remaining possibility to retaliate is in the hands of the last two fighters, Type B and Type C. Will they be able to defeat Green Orange? Welcome to ZeroRanger. The gameplay is gonna be much different from what you saw up to now, because the game is a shoot 'em up. In particular, it's a shoot 'em up made from people who love shoot 'em ups. You can find multiple references to other famous brands. You are gonna find stuff that references Gradius, R-Type, Chorantia 68K, and I'm talking as if I know all of these games, but I actually know not a single shoot 'em up in the world. Like, the only game which is even remotely similar to this is a bullet hell I played, which is, how's it called? Toho Embodiment of Scarlet Devil, because I wanted to see the Sakuya memes, but that's basically it. Yeah, shoot 'em ups aren't really my genre.
Oh, can you come and play with me? No.
Game over.
That's the quality level of gameplay you're gonna see today. Are you ready?
But I gotta say, I loved playing ZeroRanger. I feel like the developers had a very good balance between making the game accessible to new players and a challenge for experienced players. After all, if there is one thing which unites all the players in the world is seeing that stupid score bar increasing as much as possible. Enemy designs, soundtracks, and all the colors on the screen which scream "Yeah!" Despite being only 2 colors, were able to give me a lot of fun. You could even play with 2 players at once if you wanted, and for lore reasons it's even gonna be recommended. But in any case, the game divides into White Vanilla and Green Orange. Green Orange is the final goal, the mode you should choose to attempt to complete the mission. White Vanilla is a simulation, you are never prepared enough after all. This already gives us an idea of the level of technology this world possesses. We already saw they have space travel potential, now even this. And remember, do not minimize it. To us, it's a side-scroller. To them, they are literally traveling across miles shooting missiles on giant mechas in a simulation. At the end of each stage, you can also get a power-up for your spaceship, which isn't something new, it's an old power of your spaceship still dormant. You're gonna have backwards shooting, lateral shooting, charged shots, aimbot shots. Both the variable spaceships, Type B and Type C, utilize power-ups in a slightly different ways to make both the experiences unique. Another thing I want to point out is that each warning message before a boss fight will say, "May you attain enlightenment." Another reference to Buddhism. And we continue White Vanilla all the way up to the end of Stage 3, where another boss fight shows up. What appears to be a mecha covered in a mantle, as if they are hiding something. At the end of this battle, you get the last power-up, and that's where the true game begins. That orb awakens the true power of your spaceship, mutating the aspect from a traditional spaceship to your own personal mecha. Now you are a ZeroRanger, and here we discover the true name of Type B and Type C, Decker and Rip. And I gotta say, this simulation goes through extreme levels of precision, up to the point where you're able to see the insides of the fortress of Green Orange. How did they even discover what's inside? It's the end! At the end, you get a grade based on how well you performed during the mission. They go from E all the way to A, and then there is Z, ZeroRanger. And this evaluation is the most important part of White Vanilla, because a lot of these grades are gonna reveal crucial information towards understanding better ZeroRanger. Let's go through some of them. For grade E, the worst one, if basically you suck at the video game, they're gonna say something important. Only people of a certain bloodline are able to control the fighters. Fighters being the spaceships, Type B and Type C. This automatically sets up a different level of mystery. Why would these fighters have an authentication system of that type? Weren't they created by humans? Maybe no, maybe they come from somewhere else? And then by going to grade D, we're gonna have a clearer idea of what is this bloodline. Grade D is, you know, it's not the end of the world, it's bad, but it's not that good, and you're nothing like your big sister. Bloodline, pilots, Type B, Type C, and Type A grapefruit. The 3 pilots of the 3 fighters are all sisters, part of this bloodline that can use ZeroRangers. And while the past or the present of these pilots is gonna stay mostly unknown for the rest of the game, there is a little information we can gather if we get Grade Z, the highest rank of White Vanilla. Getting these requires to be a monster. You need to have mastered all the mechanics, understand how to counter every type of opponent, and most importantly, kill opponents as fast as possible. There is a mechanic for which, if you kill opponents too quickly, there are new opponents of an orange color which are gonna spawn afterwards. This means more score, this means higher result at the end. Grade Z was only achieved from Renji. And we know the true hope of humanity is Fighter Type A, Grapefruit. It's very easy to connect 1 and 1. Renji is the pilot of Type A. Renji is our big sister. Also, can I say I hate these soldiers because they're gonna believe that there is a problem with the program and that we shouldn't be able to get grade Z. Like, bitch, I am stronger than you, deal with it! But by seeing this simulation, you may have some questions in your mind. Okay for the environmental battles, but at one point we literally enter inside of Green Orange Fortress, and it's heavily detailed with enemy positions and obstacles. How is there a perfect copy of the fortress in the simulation? All of this was possible thanks to the supercomputer they use for the simulations, Erasure. The peculiarity of Erasure is that it was not built from scratch. They started from a weird artifact they stumbled upon some years ago. And apparently, even our fighters are made of the same material. This game says a very little amount of things, even less than what's said in Void Stranger, but it's because, just like Void Stranger, the truth is hidden. For example, sometimes when you start up the game, in the intro, you will be able to witness to a weird mural. It begins with an unknown language, but then proceeds to show a sequence of events which it's really hard to convey, but I'm gonna try my best. What appeared to be a prosperous humankind gets attacked by some weird alien invaders coming from outer space. Invaders with an onion-shaped head. Humanity was decimated, forced to live in despair. Until a spaceship arrived. A spaceship with the power to eliminate the threat. And humanity was able to rise once again. The peculiarity is that we see these aliens. We see them in the intro of the game getting pulverized by a shiny entity. Maybe there is a connection between the shiny entity and the spaceship? This mural seems to create more confusion than anything else, and also there is that weird language which we cannot decipher. Or that's what I would say if we didn't have a fantastic community. You see, from what I understand, the game is never gonna give you other hints as to how to decipher this language. From what I understood, this language is a substitution cipher, with some mishy-meshy, some gizmo, some other stuff, People deciphered this. I have no idea about how, honestly. In any case, the text said here says, "This is the story of a god who wanted to become... ... Never gonna get answered." But hey, that's not the only text in this place. While the spaceship is displayed, there is written Samsara in the background. We already talked about Samsara, the cycle of life and death Manusia has to escape from in Buddhism to reach Nirvana. But this creates even more questions. Is the spaceship the god they're mentioning? Is that god trapping humanity in Samsara? The spaceship is shown fighting the invaders. Is that good? Are the invaders negative? Why are there invaders in the first place? But it seems that for now, we are done talking. Going back to the simulation, there is one more fight I did not show you. The Erasure Fighter. The final fight of the simulation. An orb that shoots 1,000,000 projectiles to you, creates other mechas to shoot, and then the battle ends with the screen shattering, giving us the possibility to catch a glimpse of Erasure humanoid face. Well said, stranger. Did I make all this detour into ZeroRanger just to hype this moment even to people who never played these games? Hell yeah! Your honor is Erasure! And this is even more confusing than before! Does it mean it's the same universe? Is in the future, is in the past? Why Erasure is here? Lily gets teleported to a white version of the Void, where she's able to find Lily. She takes Lily, and the girl finally opens her eyes. Lily and Lily have been finally reunited. The point of view switches for a second to a dialogue between Grey and supposedly the Queen, deciding on the daughter's name. The Queen wants to give her daughter a name who was given to the brightest star in the sky, hoping that one day she may shine just as bright. And the discussion ends with the Queen asking Grey to take care of her daughter. And as we said during Grey's run, now it's completely clear why Grey cared so much about Lily, both on a friendship level and on a protection level, almost being a parental figure. Grey had incredible bonds with the Queen. The Queen taught her everything, and in exchange, she became a parental figure for Lily. All of this ends by showing us the name of this route, Void Stranger, Lilith. And I know some of you may be wondering, what? Okay, all of this emotional moment where Lily finds her mother, it's very cool, then there is the Queen and blah blah blah. But how was she able to access Lily? Well, it's very simple. You see, for how Lily phrased her request, she asked for her mother to find peace. And even if Lily was clearly talking about Grey in that moment because she has no idea there is her real mother in here, for the way in which it was phrased, they were able to finally give her back her mother. And I mean, judging from erasure, she seems very happy of that. I love this moment of the game so much. It retroactively turns the entire journey through the void of Lily into an acceptance of Grey. All the flashbacks assume the role of showing her what she may have forgotten about. All the good moments, all the bad moments, all the emotional moments, all the moments that they spent together. She was able to go through one of the hardest resolutions in the familiar life. Understanding your parents. Not excusing, not necessarily excusing, understanding. And being able to accomplish this is the whole reason for which she was able to get a happy ending. I love it! But now, as usual, we have stuff to talk about. Now, let's have a little talk about the character of Grey. Remember the talk we were trying to have when B interrupted us? Let's continue that. As I told you, Grey seemed a little bit too strict, let's say. But once again, I think it's a strictness that we can understand. She already lost one daughter after all. And of course, even if Grey wanted to send Lily to fucking military school, it's not like she wanted to create a super soldier to save Lily. No. Grey still cared about Lily, independently from that. She wanted to protect her, she wanted to have a strong bond with her. She sacrificed parts of her personal life in order to be able to raise her up properly. There are some things which are kinda questionable. For example, if you remember I mentioned how it's possible Lily was just being raised as Lily too, but these last parts of the dreams are making me change my mind. If Lily found the power in her heart to call Grey mother, it means she also did something good. In the end, only a memory will remain. And for Lily, it's gonna be a good memory. And by completing this route, you can unlock a very special memory, with the family finally together. But enough with sentimental stuff, let's continue with the lore! Well, actually, before talking about lore, we have to do a teeny tiny bit more of the game, okay? What we see upon reopening the game is Lily and Lily in their house, finally together. It's gonna be kind of a weird family, considering Lily's supposed to be Lily's mother, but she's younger in a biological sense. Whatever, let's not think too much about it, okay? They are happy because they are together, that's it, okay? Easy. Reunited, Lily gives the letter to Lily. A letter written in an ancient language. A letter Lily has never been able to read. Apparently, it's a letter written for both of them at the same time, so you can already see the mastermind plan of Grey all along. Grey did put so much trust in Lily's abilities. She was sure Lily would have come back with Lily, and so they did. And now we can finally read the letter together. Or not, because the content is never gonna get shown to us. Ah! Oh, and during this cutscene, Lily's wearing a very particular ribbon. A ribbon which seems very similar to the breast cancer awareness ribbon, giving us a possible conclusion to Grey's story. Grey died from breast cancer. But now the scene transitions to Sif. Wait, we already know they were Sif. Oh, it's gonna be mentioned here, so yeah, they are Sif, okay? One of the Void Lords we mentioned. And Erasure, watching together Lily and Lily. Erasure comments that she realizes very well what did Sif do. Sif may have been able to fool this, but it's very clear to her. The person who brought Lily to the Void was none other than Sif. And as Sif says, this is what Ad would have wanted. That settles it. The creature that brought Lily in the Void, that giant monster with 4 eyes, that made a bargain with Erasure, is Sif. And about that, the bargain is over. Erasure got her informations. Now it's time to reveal it. Who or what is this? Apparently in the beginning, the Void was a research facility governed by an entity known as this. Unfortunately, Erasure wasn't able to get their hands on all the informations possible because some of them are locked behind a firewall. But from her understanding, this facility utilized the technologies on the level of quantum space travel, warp technology, and gene splicing. And for some reason, all the data she was able to find end up at around 70,000 years ago. This brings the question, what was the event which almost wiped out the entirety of Manusia? They're using Manusia! And then Sif asks it, the same question I had for the entirety of this video. What is the current purpose of Void Lords? Why are they judging sinners? But unfortunately, of course, Erasure cannot give an answer. Maybe they're just trying to fulfill the original role of these, who knows? What is the original role of these? God damn it! But on one side, this gives a slightly different perspective on Void Lords. Up to now, we've always gone by the assumption that they are these godly entities which do whatever they want with sinners, and okay, B eats eggs, so on one side they do whatever they want with the sinners, but think about it in the greater picture, okay? They are just slaves, on a different level, but they are still slaves. All they are asking is just a closure, it's just to end it all. Maybe that's why Gore wanted us to kill them. Are they tired? But whatever the case, Sif comments how their actions already put them past the point of sympathy. After all, remember, the Void is a torture chamber. Regardless of why they are doing it, they are still torturers. And in the end, it's revealed that both Sif and Erasure have a special interest towards Lily. Lily reminds them of someone. Well, we have no idea who Erasure may be seeing in Lily, for now, or not even in Sif, for now. But that makes it very clear, Sif has been observing Grey and Lily for a while. In fact, all since medieval times. Oh, I can finally talk about this, are you ready? Sif was present, visibly, on screen in multiple moments. Between Joan soldiers during their proposal, Sif was the one spying on Grey and Lily dancing, and apparently, as Erasure said, they were in Lily's room with a lousy disguise, and I don't know if you noticed, but after that giant monster with 4 eyes appears, the lamp that was in the room disappears. And another name for Lucifer is the Morning Star. Starlight. I don't really know where I'm going with this. I mean, a lamp emits light. Want more? Want more? Do you remember 4 Eyes, the person very close to the Kingdom Princess that was also responsible for freeing Grey before it was too late? The same person who is also casually similar to the responsible of showing the new house to Grey? A person called 4 Eyes? And that giant monster associated with Sif has 4 eyes? Okay, I'm gonna stop. Sif wanted this outcome. Up to the point where during Erasure Fracture, you are actually able to see a reflection of Sif smiling in the background. But why? Why was Sif spying on Grey and Lily? Why did she want this outcome? And most importantly, why is this something Ad wanted? How does she know? Oh boy. I am very scared of what I'm gonna talk about right now, because you will not be able to look at anything in the game in the same way afterwards. You remember how does a run begin in this game? You carve your brand and you descend through the void. Let me repeat, you carve your brand. We saw that up to now, in specific rooms, you can recreate Void Lord's shapes to access the special chambers. We still didn't explore them all, but each Void Lord seems to have a separate one. All this process is possible because we are able to see the brand of each Void Lord. So... what happens if the brand you carve is your brand?
These and then... No, it doesn't work.
Yo! A lone, silent room in the middle of nowhere. No walls, just you and this giant thing. What are you even looking at? The shape assumed by these structures seems kinda similar to the female reproductive system. Talking to it will just cause a random dialogue from an egg to start. And I'm talking about all the random dialogues of the eggs in the void, which is more than 200. This means you need the void memory to understand what this thing is saying. But then, that leads the question, what happens if you disable the Void memory? If you bump into it, you're able to see a pattern shiny on the wall, which kinda resembles those present in the sphere before starting a run. And then there is a broken sphere, as if something came out. And that's not the end. With the Void memory, you will get egg dialogues, as I told you, but there is a 1 in 256 chance to get a special, unique dialogue. Why would you return here? You are still not satisfied? Every time you begin a run, you get an achievement for the pendant. That pendant, the pendant Gray has had for God only knows how long. Have you ever noticed that it's very similar to the pendant on Ad statue? Yes, there is not much room for interpretation anymore. There is a connection between Ad and Gray. Gray is the form Ad assumed after leaving the Void. Ad started a new life in the human world, in the Manusia world, leaving behind forever any possible memory related to the Void. And despite not having access to the power of Void Lords, Gray still possessed a supernatural strength that allowed her to become Gray the Destroyer. We already saw manifestation of this power, such as the fight against B. In what I showed you, Void Lords congratulate with her resilience to damage. But if you spam attacks on B, you're actually able to hurt them, to which they are gonna be kinda scared. Or even more, remember when Joan supposedly missed the lightning bolt? Joan didn't miss. Gray resisted. This, combined with the question of Sif about what is their true purpose, gives us a clearer idea about why Ad left the Void. Void Lords don't know anymore. Why are they in the Void? What are they doing? Why are they judging sinners? What is this purpose? Just like I said during Lily's run, in the Void, you forget. In the Void, you lose track of your true purpose. In the Void, you lose yourself. Not considering that so much time must have passed since their creation, that they must have lost trace of why they were doing what they were doing. Similar to how Gray was forgetting why she wanted to train Lily to become stronger. They got lost. Just like in Dante's Inferno, Dante gets lost in the midway of the life. It's connected, guys, don't you see? Probably, Ad must have left to find the ends where they were looking for, hoping that one day, fate would have reconnected them to the Void. And at least in some way, shape or form, Sif must have known of these. After all, this is what Ad would have wanted. Gray seems to have no memory of Ad, but Ad can still be manifested through certain items. We saw for example in here against B with the Void Rod. Or even here, in your brand room, if you bump too many times on the reproductive organ. Then the game crashes. And at this point we can even give a different vision on the Voided ending. That's another case of forgetfulness. Our devotion got poisoned, our purpose became foggy once again. The reason we were in the Void was out of reach. And looking back in here, there was even some clever foreshadowing. Between the rooms Gray teleports through, there is a particular one where Gray stands on a single block, surrounded by statues or monsters representing the other Void Lords. All the Void Lords? And then there is Gray. And also, as the song progresses, there are more and more Black Idols appearing. Black Idols which kinda look familiar, no? Don't they remember you of another particular entity which possesses 4 eyes? Yes, it's once again Sif trying to help us, trying to reset everything and give us another possibility. You have no idea how excited I was during my gameplay, cause I didn't have in my hands all of these elements, but I was already making some little speculation about this very thing of Ad and Gray being the same entity, even before getting the unvoided ending with Gray! And remember, we know Ad eats locusts, and what does Gray say the first time you find a locust? It looks rather tasty, or even more. In the title of the run, Void Stranger Gray, you can see a swarm of locusts in Gray's name. Okay, but I can imagine this must be very difficult to digest. So before proceeding, we're gonna go through some softer informations. Knowing what happens if you carve your own brand on the floors, you may wonder, what happens if my brand is identical to the brand of another Void Lord? Yes. Each one of them has a special phrase to tell you if you try to input their own brand. Each brand is unique and cannot be replaced. Ad says you can't use that one. Use says, I'm afraid that one is already in use, little one. They even give you a little bit of personality in these phrases. I mean, for example, B says, get your own, cockroach. Mon says, "This one might be too expensive, even for you." Oh, and if it wasn't clear, these are the voices I canonically gave to the characters. Tan says, "Just leave me be." After all, we know Tan is very solitary. Gore, of course, says, "Oh, bother some because they are very lazy." With Lev, it's still a mystery because we don't know much about them. They are just gonna say, "Denied." And then Sif copies Ad and says, "You cannot use that one." Easy. But now we have to talk about NPCs. I mentioned them in multiple parts of this video. There are other travelers through the void. I skip them all the time. Now we can quickly go through all of them, because they're not that important to the story. They're just some little extra flavor, let's say. There are different NPCs you can find depending if you play as Grey or as Lily. First of all, we have the Nun. It's a nun that does not believe in God, okay? And for some reason, God gets censored in the dialogue. These could be important for later. Nothing too incredible, but let's just keep that in mind. The bride is a spoiled woman who will lament about her dress getting ruined. Apparently, she was supposed to marry that same day, but she ran away from her to-be husband. Probably because she was scared. Then we have the thief, which I think I already mentioned through this video, but it's been already 2 hours, I honestly don't remember. In any case, they steal your void rod, they're not even able to use your void rod, and you push them down. Go to hell. Wait, sorry, you're already in hell. Now let's go on Lily's side. Lily finds the mercenary. The same mercenary that assaulted Grey and Lily, and she doesn't even know! He begs for his life because he's scared. God fucking damn it, this character is a fraud. He was introduced as a giant, strong bandit, etc. I mean, or Lily and Grey are very powerful, which is very possible. One was literally Grey the Destroyer, the other made military service, like, come on! Then we have the Lost Child. The child will call Lily a disgusting old hag, and nothing, it's already funny like that. But now let's get back slightly more serious, because we have to talk about Ninni. Ninni can be found with Lily, and the first thing she's gonna say once she sees us is that we look pretty. Ninni loves our confidence, and decides to tag along for a bit. This is another unique interaction like the thief. We are gonna wander through multiple floors with Ninni in our back, and we have to be careful, of course, because if she dies, it's over, GG! Until we reach a particular room. A room with no apparent way to progress. Because of that, our characters decide to rest a bit. And so they rest, and rest, for what appears to be several days. They talk about the past. Or they try to talk about the past. Ninni already forgot everything. The void is getting to her. But fortunately, they are still able to have some conversations in these dark times. Lily talks about her experience with bullism, and Ninni points out she must be very strong. You know, it's actually possible that Ninni may have feelings for Lily. But it's too late. She forgot already. She lost everything. And so, we can proceed. This NPC was actually able to make me feel kinda emotional, let's say. I did not discover them during my blind run, I discovered them afterwards, but still... Damn, I don't even know what else to add, honestly. Let's continue. The Old Man. The Old Man is... the king. It's literally the king from the kingdom. It's Lily's father. Lily meets Lily's father in the void. And that's even more blatant because if you open the menu, you see the old man with the kingdom insignia in the back. Oh yeah, about that, on all of these floors where there are NPCs, the menu has special images. I think that's another interesting thing to point out. And then, with Grey, there is another NPC. In a location I'm not gonna mention for now, but I think the NPC is worth pointing out already. This character asks us if we saw her sister. She has short hair and her eyes are the same color as yours, so black. And also, she can be a bit shy. There is a theory that this may be Ninni's sister, but yeah. It stops there. I don't even know if there is actually anything else to it, but yeah, I think that's worth pointing out. But having uncovered already what appears to be a huge part of the Secrets of the Void, we are still left wondering on what's this true purpose, why this is doing what it's doing. Is there a way to have any type of interactions with them? You know, there was one image living rent-free in my head in this moment. It was B, creepy image from Grey's flashback. And in particular, that hand touching the dialogue box. And then there was the fact that on the final floor, on floor 255, we worked on the UI. Yes, we worked on the UI, and it even seemed we were able to influence it. For example, if you pick up the Void Rod, the games crash. And maybe there are multiple interactions. What if I understood nothing?
Good. Oof. So, this... Three rooms. 3 rooms.
I think this part in particular is what made me realize even more why some people were so extremely scared of spoilers for this game. 2 words can ruin your experience completely. The UI was never a separated element to begin with, and was always accessible, wherever you were, whenever you were. We may almost say that with this, we have access to another toy box. And so, my experimentation began.
No, sorry. Whatever. I know if I take HP, I die. Yes. If I take the 07, I don't die. It cannot be already past me.
No. This is not something we're gonna talk about right now, but hey, we can switch floors whenever we want, wherever we want. Well, not always wherever, but the UI is accessible from multiple points through the void. Guys, I don't know if you're realizing what's happening. Combining UI manipulation with Mon shortcuts, with statue powers and burdens, this void is our beach. Hey, remember when descending down took hours, literally? On a certain note, I almost felt as if I was playing Noita again, where the game keeps pushing the boundaries of your brain more and more, until you realize that the only one who was putting limitations in the game was you. You always had access to everything from the start, you had to realize it. Or, in tone with the game, and with the fact that grey is literally odd, you just had to remember it. And before proceeding, we have some other stuff to discuss. For example, those puzzles we found are nonograms. They display a floor layout, and on that floor there is a secret memory to collect. Pretty cool, right? What else do we have to discuss? Oh, we deciphered a whole fucking alphabet! It all started with that Mon message. Seeing those dots on the wall, and apparently the void memory translated them to Mon was here, then I started theorizing how to reconnect the letters. I was able to decipher a couple of the letters of the alphabet, and then I realized even that you were supposed to read them from top to bottom, left to right. And then I realized, do you remember those final floors before we rescued Lily during Grace Run? Those signs on the right are letters of the void. Let me show you the God's alphabet.
And that's how I made the God's alphabet, baby! This document is one of the Can you load, please, buddy? Load the document!
This document is one of the most beautiful things I was able to conceive. And it was all thanks to you, honestly. Without streams, I wouldn't have discovered it, probably. Just like I wouldn't have discovered this game. So, thank you. I don't know what else to say, just thank you. And also, if you're enjoying this video as well, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. But yeah, this is heavily connected to the reason for which I said Mon is my favorite Void Lord. I feel like, among all the other things, Mon was the one who made my gears start turning. Mon was the one who provided a level of information which didn't stop at the information itself, but made me think, made me focus, made me analyze, made me play the game. And also I love voice acting him. But if you recall, we still didn't get to all secret chambers. That's why now we're gonna go to Gore Secret Chamber. What you have to do was very simple, but also kinda unintuitive in my opinion. You have to look at the mural from both sides to understand how to compose it. Unfortunately, Gore Room doesn't contain much apart from another sigil, and then Lev mural contained an empty chest. You know, I am still having many doubts on Lev death, and there is something fishy going on in here. Mon is still alive, the chest in Lev's room is empty, there is that furball, But now let's go back to floor number 0. Only reachable by manipulating the UI. In here, there are 3 giant creatures, part of the same structure, and in the exact moment we entered, the Scolopendra part stopped being shiny. Well, I am not a genius, but what if those are seals? We know of a snake and of a giant head in the void. Oh, actually, did I show you the true form of tail in the void? Well, say hello to this! Once again, sweet dreams. You can only see this with Lily, and apparently Tail takes the form of whatever the viewer wants to see. Something that the viewer loves, which almost confirms it. That appearance we see in there, that woman we see in there, that could very easily be the queen. But in any case, remember the seal in Eus Chamber? Well, there is one even in Gore Chamber. And if you recall, in Mon Chamber apparently, a seal disappeared. Guys, we solved it. The snake is Tail, the head is Gore, and the Scolopendra automatically is Mon. Kill all of them and the seals will be gone. Kill all of them and we will reveal the secret of floor number 0.
Yo! 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 Huh? The strange rod has changed its form! And somehow, you feel your uneasiness fading away. One, 2, 3, 4...
Now there is no limit to how many blocks you can gather with the rod. And now we are once again, I will never say it again, a Void Lord may strike me down if I am saying a lie, the Master of the Void. Not even bound anymore by resource management. This is gonna help tremendously across the void. But, we were still missing Sith Chamber. An egg said the brand is already carved, you only have to enter in it. The problem is, I don't know what do they mean. Do they mean I have to just randomly fall in every single room of this layer? Do they mean I have to understand which floor has the brand and then replicate it in a brand room? No, it was much, much more clever.
Well, whatever. Guys, why did we skip floor 223? Fuck this game!
This puzzle may be kinda confusing in the communication, but I love it so much. And here we are, in Sith's secret room. It appears to be a workshop. Sith could have been the one responsible for the creation of all the Void Lord statues. Or maybe this was Odd Job, and Sith is just replacing them. Also, in this room there was a little hint to understand how to reach floor number 0 and to get the upgraded rod, but we already got it! Do you see what's the beauty in this? There is never one correct way to do stuff. It's always about how much you listen, how much you understand, how much you devote yourself to it. And I did not say devote randomly. But this message also said something much more important. This rod can be used to carve the brand of this.
Bro!
Now, before proceeding with the gameplay, there is one thing I mentioned, but I never really elaborated on it. Remember when Lily got saved by Ad? Ad showed her something. A giant comet in outer space, wiping a fleet of ships. And then, Erasure commented that this usage ended up about 70,000 years in the past. These two things must be connected. But there is one thing which has been made clear over the course of all this gameplay. This is elusive. This is hidden. This will not give out answers. If we want to search for answers, we have to look in places where probably even this itself wouldn't have expected us to search. And to conduct that research, I have to remove the floor tile and welcome you to BR Null. I discovered this place already before doing Grey's ending, but I never really found anything to do in it. But now, I think I have an idea. While going around, you're gonna hear a certain sound, a certain noise between rooms. And the closer you get, the louder the sound gets. All the way until this giant carcass appears. When examined, all it's gonna say is that it's a giant carcass. And for a while, I too believed there was nothing else to do in there. But something went through my mind even the first time I reached it.
Knock that chest over there 6 times in a row. Yes! A bell tolls for you.
This is the same sound of Ad Chamber chest. Is there a correlation between this carcass and Ad? Or is there a correlation between this carcass and the chest? I am gonna say it, and then I'm gonna explain. This carcass is what Ad was born from. I know, it may initially not make a lot of sense, but try to go back for a second to the story Gray told Lily when she was younger. A dark star fell on Earth, a star which brought with it malicious demons, entities that would have tortured sinners dwelling in the layers of this forever. The star brought the Void Lords. This, of course, is just an old legend, and it's not sure if we can literally interpret it. What we can say for certain is that the game begins with a star falling on Earth. That same dark star that we see during Lily's dream. What could be that thing? What could be the thing that puts all the events of the story in motion? What could be the beginning? You see, there is one thing I did not tell you about Abaddon when I introduced them. A passage from Revelations 9. The fifth angel sounded his trumpet, and I saw a star that had fallen from the sky to the earth. The star was given the key to the shaft of the abyss. Abaddon, the entity Ad takes the name from. A star fallen from the sky. They were given the key to the shaft of the abyss. It's clear, the dark star is Ad. Ad fell on Earth, and they received from this the key to the void. Also, it's very cool, there is an official artwork released from the developers which represents the moment of creation of Ad from the carcass. Also, by the way, since now we know much more, I find it very cute that by looking at the book in the story, you can see the shapes of all the Void Lords already. What? You are still not satisfied? You want to go deeper? You see, there is something else we can do in here. By pushing the carcass 6 times and waiting. Yes, we are exactly where you think we are. Welcome to the facility. In here, a scientist named Dr. Lily is held at a gunpoint from a bunch of soldiers, while another unnamed scientist, with a shape that reminds me a lot of Sif, explains the situation. Dr. Lily must hand over a black box she stole, because from its content it may depend the future of humankind. While Dr. Lily refuses, believing that the black box in the hands of humans would be fatal, as the government is made of power-hungry fools. Also during this dialogue, they mention the discovery of an alien vessel and the sudden appearance of the comet. The picture of what happened in this facility is becoming clearer by the minute, and multiple elements we saw over the course of this video are all coming together. But unfortunately, the conversation is cut short. Someone is breaching into the facility. Someone we already saw on a mural in ZeroRanger. After having practiced in White Vanilla, the 2 pilots feel ready to take on the real deal, the assault at Green Orange Fortress. And most of the journey goes exactly as predicted. It seems that practice really helped with becoming more experienced with the mission, am I right? All the way to the warrior covered with a mantle. Once again, defeating them awarded us with a power-up to turn into a ZeroRanger. But something was different. The warrior protected us. You may have noticed they possess the same central core as our vessels. This masked warrior is Grapefruit, probably under a pseudo-control of Green Orange. Once freed, she tried to help us with this upgrade, and Orange didn't like it. That's how the greatest pilot of humankind dies, as a hero, protecting your sisters. We cannot stop here. The mission has to continue. let's discuss the ZeroRanger upgrades. These are the funniest ones and the most unique. The drill becomes bigger by damaging and protects from bullets. The sword can parry and provides constantly good damage. I will never stop saying how much they made both the ship's gameplay feel unique. But in any case, we defeated the bizarre core of the fortress. What's gonna happen now? That's where the simulation ended the previous time. I presume it was either because it was impossible to tell what would have happened afterwards, or because the mission is supposed to be over. Here, we find Erasure itself. Erasure is unfortunately under control of Green Orange. Green Orange is using Erasure power against us. Once again, like at the beginning, the only possibility seems to surrender. But of course, we aren't gonna give up that easily. And so, the boss rush starts! Erasure is forced to send us against all the creatures available in Green Orange Arsenal, each one testing our reflexes in a different way. The Chameleon requires to move correctly through the Labyrinth of Fire. The Space Invaders require crowd control and movement capacity. The Shielded Brain requires precise shooting and resilience, and can either be done by getting rid of the side elements or the main DL immediately. And then... a monk. And this monk right here was gonna be extremely important. It's been a long time since this entity has seen Manusias. He comes from a distant future. He too apparently fought against the usurper, now just a prisoner. And then decides to offer some wisdom. This is a story of a god who wanted to become... It's the message of the mural! And they will not tell us, okay. After dealing even with the monk, Erasure gets nervous. They know for sure if Green Orange realizes we still are not dead, they will intervene personally. And Erasure believes in the current conditions we have no chance to win. Brace yourselves, because in here Erasure is gonna show us its true power. Time Erasure. Erasure is able to delete time going back, up to the point where it's possible to do some sort of time travel. Which is also probably how they were able to gather all the informations they have for the enemy territory for the simulation. But enough discussions. Erasure didn't trust us. And so, stage 1 again, baby! While we will go through all the levels, now with all the upgrades and all the experience we gathered through the previous journey, there are some things I want to point out. I didn't say it in the previous intermission, but if you fail, the game tells you how you are now trapped on the wheel of rebirth. And it's clear why. It's because of Erasure powers. But now, it's even more clear! As a Buddhism reference, you are trapped in Samsara. Samsara is the endless cycle of life, death, and rebirth. It doesn't matter how many times we fail, we can always try again, but at the same time, we can never truly proceed. And fun fact, do you know this cycle is mentioned in the features included in the store page of ZeroRanger? They really played us all like a piano. And not only that, if you take a look into the Steam cards, you can even find the different representations of the two main pilots. The peculiarity is that each card has different names for them, multiple timelines, multiple realities, multiple outcomes. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. There are many more references to Buddhism in this game that you can imagine. Do you remember the boss rush image? It's shaped like the 6-path wheel of Samsara, which means the 6 types of sentient beings. Top is Deva, the gods. Top right is Manusia, the humans. And in fact, who do we fight in the Manusia path? The monk. Bottom right is Preta, the hungry ghosts. Bottom is Naraka, beings in hell. Bottom left is Tyria, the animals. And top left is Azura, the demigods. And do you want to know how we can know for sure these are the correct positions? Well, remember the story Grey was telling to Lily? I told you we were gonna go back to that multiple times. In that story, when they show the blooming flower, there is an interesting wheel being shown in there. And if you look very closely, each circle has a little ladder inside of it. Going clockwise, Deva, Manusia, Tyria, Naraka, Preta, Azura. It's all connected, oh my god. In Buddhism, the stuff you do during your life, your karma, determines where you're gonna be reborn in your next life. The main goal in a human's life is to escape samsara, to reach nirvana, to break free, to break the cycle. And another interesting detail regards no other than the monk. You see, he talked to us because we woke him up, but if you attack him instead, then he's gonna be replaced by a little skeleton who tells jokes and attacks with bones. And as if it wasn't blatant enough, I think it's fair to assume that this is a reference to Undertale. Me when I do the easiest fun game boss fight. Shocking Pikachu face! Wow, my screen is covered with Guster Blasters! Also, there isn't much more revealed about Monk, but he's most likely another pilot. Another pilot sent back in time by Erasure. A pilot who ultimately failed in their mission. After all, they come from the future, and there must be a reason for which Green Orange is keeping the monk sealed. But let's go back on track. Back at the stage with Grapefruit. Now, you can do something slightly different. You can show them you have your transformation as a ZeroRanger. In all response, she will do the same. This is the moment where you can prove your sister you became stronger than her. And I think there is another thing I should point out. The warning menu says, touch the untouchable, break the unbreakable. And this is a reference to the lines from Libera Me from Hell of Gurren Lagann. But I don't know much about Gurren Lagann, so...
Okay, it's time. Giga Doril! Wait, you can... What?
Yeah, I heard this stuff mostly from my brother, but they told me I recreated accidentally a scene from the anime, so GG. And I know you probably want me to comment on the Abaddon fighter, but that's gonna be a topic for later. We are back in front of Erasure, where we still refuse to give up. In front of those words, it seems Erasure finally trusts us, and offers us one last orb. An orb that contains the power to destroy Green Orange. So the fortress is destroyed and Green Orange is gone forever! Easy! We escaped Samsara! I gotta say, I feel like there are some little parts of the story I still don't fully comprehend, but overall I think it's a nice story with almost no connection to Void Stranger, and I think you can really enjoy it while... Welcome to Final Boss! You are once again at the beginning, but this time it's much different. Your fighter shoots many more projectiles, you release bombs when getting hit, all the score goes crazily high, you are the final boss. And here we get much closer to those alien invaders we saw before. For example, we fight King Onion, and the music in the background is some of the craziest shit I've ever heard! Spin the ball! Spin the ball is a reference to pinball. In here, you have to throw the ball and then make as many points as Welcome to Final Boss! You are once again at the beginning, but this time it's much different. Fairy Blade. This is a reference to Final Fantasy. Also, this minigame finally reveals us the names of the two sisters we've been playing as, Mido and Dori. Welcome to Final Boss! Forever with Us, a visual novel where you choose which girl to date, and... Welcome to Final... You realized? We did not escape Samsara at all. If anything, we are doing the exact opposite, embracing the continuous cycle. On one side, this almost seemed too perfect. What? You thought we explode the Green Orange planet and then we fight very easily aliens and everything is gonna be nice and dandy for the rest of our life? No. The only way out of this is to escape. To reject it all. To refuse the orb. At that point, the operator reveals herself as another servant of Green Orange and tries to kill us, once and for all. Until... the third sister arrives. The abandoned fighter, Renji. Despite the fact that this is most likely not the real Renji, but just a replica of Renji in this alternate reality, we were able to give one last conversation with her. It's time to move on. Renji is gone. Now the future depends solely on Mido and Dori. We are back in Eraser's room. Well, we never left it in the first place. It was all just an illusion set up to trap us. If we cannot fight Green Orange, then Green Orange does not need to kill us. Erasure did their best to save us without letting Green Orange know, but we still refused. Now, only endless despair awaits us.
My work here is done. Now only endless despair awaits you. Endless despair!
Our descent begins, all the way down to the core of this fortress. After all this time, Mido and Dori are ready to meet the entity that started it all. The true mastermind behind the invasion. Despair. Despair watches us silently from the top of their chair. Doesn't even bother doing anything more than snapping their fingers. They seem disinterested. Maybe they underestimate us. Or maybe we are underestimating them. This first part is a test of endeavor. You need to get rid of all the orbs Despair throws at you at the same time. Otherwise, more orbs are gonna be created and the cycle will continue. I love how even something as simple as throwing orbs at your opponent became symbolical for breaking the cycle in here. And if you succeed, don't even try to believe that it's over. This is true despair.
Please continue. 9, 8.
I love this boss fight! And if you were a careful listener and an even more careful watcher, you may remember this entity from the very beginning of the game, from the intro cutscene of ZeroRanger, the same entity that eliminated all the invaders. You can even recognize the swords on the ground and the sword attack they do in here. This is the ultimate test of skills. Speed, directions, weapon switching. This opponent requires you to have mastered everything. Also because remember, to fight them, you have to go through the previous phase, which means you may lose more HP. And if you're thinking about using your continues to start the battle with full HP, you will soon see why that may be a bad idea. Again, I don't really have many shooter experiences, but this is some of the greatest fun I've ever had with those.
Manage your space. The more space you have, the more you can move, the more you can dodge attacks! How many? That was the last boss bar? Oh! 1 HP! 1 HP!
Please continue. 9.
Oh! That's it! That...
won. Is this totally over? Not yet. The remnants of despair start collapsing on themselves, causing a tremendous implosion. The whole fortress is getting eradicated, and no matter how much we try to struggle, how much we try to escape, our spaceship takes tremendous damage. We cannot shoot anymore. We can barely float. And then there was nothing. Here we are, in outer space, not able to move. Erasure reaches us and gives us a report of the situation. The unknown alien vessel, Green Orange, was destroyed. And most importantly, the Primeval Fighter and its pilot are destroyed. Is it a victory for us? Once again, never speak too soon. In 4 minutes, the oxygen we have will be finished. And despite our victory in here, aliens were still able to annihilate the entirety of humankind. Mido and Dory are the only ones remaining. Maybe Erasure was right when they mentioned that only endless despair was gonna await us. This situation seems impossible. We can go back in time how many times we want, but if there is no way to win, then it's just a futile effort. That's the limitation of Erasure's power. Even if you go back in time, it doesn't really mean you can find another way out. You may just be delaying the inevitable. But there is one last possibility. The destruction of the Primeval Fighter has released energy particles in the universe. These particles seem to contain enough power to allow us to resist the effect of prolonged time travel. In other words, Erasure can send us back in time, but not at any point. At the earliest point available. The time of our creation. Our creation? The plan is to take down the original form of the Primeval Fighter. If that disappears, Green Orange is gonna be no more. Also, Erasure's powers make it impossible to bring us back afterwards. We have one chance. During our run, all the points we scored allowed us to get more continues at the end of each stage. Each orb is one continue on the wheel of Dharma Chakra. The Dharma Chakra is another important symbol for Buddhism. It represents the teachings of the Buddha and the path to enlightenment. Said in a simpler way, the Eightfold Paths help Manusia to get freed from the samsara and reach nirvana. In the same way, now we're gonna transform the continue orbs on the wheel of Dharma Chakra in our actual HP for the final battle. The more you were devoted towards the Dharma Chakra, the more you increased your score, the more HP you will have, the more help you will have to escape the samsara. It's one single attempt. Are you ready? In the end, the story of the monk can finally resume. In origin, there was just a flower, the Lotus Jewel. Every single sentient being in the universe was able to bask in the light of the flower and enjoy it. This was the case until it arrived to Manusia. Humankind stole the jewel. This action brought terrible consequences. The wrath of the stars struck on humankind. As long as there are stars in the sky, humanity won't be safe. Humanity grew to fear the stars, so they created a god empowered by the jewel.
This is very beautiful.
The Primeval Fighter. At the same time, something else was created. Erasure, a supercomputer with the ability to erase time. The moment of our creation.
We are gonna lose 1 HP in this part, I already know it. There it is.
The Primeval Fighter's main purpose was getting rid of all the pursuers, and so it did. This was not enough though. As long as there is even a single star in the universe, a new threat may appear. The Primeval Fighter started the slaughter of the whole sky. This is an event which went down in history as the first apocalypse. Remaining in isolation for God only knows how long would bring a destructive feeling inside of the primeval fighter. Despair. If you did not realize it yet, your power is one and the same. Our fighters and the primeval fighter possess the same power, the same potential. They are created from the same thing. It means whether you succeed or not depends solely on your resolve.
Oh! Huh? Oh! May you attain enlightenment!
May you attain enlightenment. Erasure reaches us and explains the Lotus Jewel has collapsed on itself, once and for all. Oh, by the way, if you listen closely in the background during this conversation, there is a theme very similar to the beginning of Void Stranger. The world is returning back to zero, starting again, but without the Lotus Jewel. In her humanoid form, Erasure apologizes to us for her sister. Yes, once again, Erasure and Despair were created at the same time. They are considerable sisters. Erasure too isn't really sure of what will happen from here on out. The only thing they hope is that a new universe may be able to welcome them and Despair, if they're gonna be able to be reborn in there. And then, I think you know the story. boy, there is a lot to unpack here, but first of all, the battle. You cannot imagine the stress, the anxiety, all the complex emotions of going through this section. Do you know how many times I had to start again because I failed the final boss fight? 5! And it was not boring, it was fascinating. Comparing the first time you play to the second time already makes you perceive an incredible difference. To put it in perspective, I think I required almost half of the time of my first run to complete my second one, and so on. In the final attempt, I didn't even die one time against Despair in the same run. I went through Despair number 1 and Despair number 2 immediately. At one point, you really start resonating with your fighter, and with the enemy movements. Stages are not a challenge to overcome anymore, they're just a way to express yourself and push forward. How good are you at the game? Time to show it. I think I almost had an heart attack when I won, but in any case, we already discussed the importance of Dharma Chakra near the end, but you may have noticed even the boss itself is sitting on one. Oh, and do you see those symbols? Those same symbols which later on even surrounded the Lotus Jewel? Those same symbols maybe you may recall even from some other places in the Void. Those are actually real numbers in Sanskrit. They go from 0, Shunya, all the way to 7, Sapta. Eos, for example, has number 1, Eka, the first layer of the Void. This automatically reveals us something. That piece of paper Mon keeps on their face, 3, Traya, is their sigil. And when a Void Lord dies, their sigil gets shattered. But if you look in room number 0, the Scolopendra is already gone. This means Mon found a way to trick these with that sigil. Now these thinks Mon is dead, hence why the Scolopendra is turned off, but the sigil is still there, and Mon is still alive. There is also a couple more details I want you to be focused on, and they are related to Despair. Do you see that tree behind Despair? So, that could be a body tree. In Buddhism, that's where Gautama attained enlightenment, but before that happened, Mara came to tempt him. Long story short, Gautama is the Buddha which needs to attain enlightenment, and Mara is the temptation, the thing which is gonna obstacle Gautama. The presence of Despair under this tree may be a direct connection to Mara. Despair is the thing preventing us from reaching Nirvana. Despair is the thing that needs to be eliminated. Or, there could also be another interpretation. This tree has a strong resemblance with what's represented in this mural. This is the Traya Strimsa Heaven. Traya Strimsa Heaven is the highest heaven that still keeps a connection, a physical link with the world. And it's ruled by a particular entity called Sakra Devanam. This name gets even mentioned on another mural present in the game, and considering the divine attitude of the primeval fighter and of Despair, it could very possibly be a connection between them. But unfortunately there is not a final answer, for now. And lastly, that orb that Erasure hands over, which is by the way the symbol 0, the symbol of Ad, the beginning of everything, could be a reference to Chintamani. In Buddhism, it's a jewel that can grant wishes for people. Here they are asking to recreate the universe outside of Samsara, and in a similar way, taking over and over again that same orb during a final boss could be considered very easily holding on to the same wishes over and over again, repeating always the same loop. Oh, and since we mentioned the final boss was supposed to be the original name of the game all the way back in 2009? God, how old is this game? And so, the new universe gets created. This leads to the first Void Stranger timeline after ZeroRanger. It's not fully clear if some memories of past timelines are retained, but what seems clear is that certain events are destined to happen. In particular, reincarnations of certain characters seem to be destined to be always connected by some sort of bond. After all, Buddhism heavily talks about reincarnation, and certain events even repeat themselves. A very good example of this could be Gray and Renji. Come on, the Abaddon fighter, the fact that they both possess a pendant, this is literally the same pose. After all, in Buddhist cosmology, you get reborn as something else in your next life, and something else gets reborn as you in their next life. The cycle keeps filling in the gaps. Memory or no memory of the previous events, they are still connected by fate. Also, on another side, they got rid of all the colors. The concept of colors, at least. Like, in the game settings, you can still change palettes and so on, but all color names are censored. Well, all color names except for black, grey and white. Even the word God was censored, for example, and after we defeat the Spear, the green is completely gone from ZeroRanger. Which leads to another question. Is this the first reset of reality? Why there are only green and orange in ZeroRanger? What if there were other realities before with more colors? And Void Stranger is just a result of multiple failed attempts to escape samsara. Void Stranger is the worst of the worst. In general, it seems that causing the world to restart from zero may have some collateral effects. And in this new universe, humanity made some giant progresses without the Lotus Jewel. Lotus Jewel is not a part of humanity arsenal anymore. Humanity does not have access to erasure, to all that stuff, and they are still able to develop technologically at a very high level. They can travel into outer space. But remember how in ZeroRanger, erasure referred to the primeval fighter as an alien vessel? And in the flashback we saw, they also mentioned the discovery of an alien vessel which can be connected to the invasion. It seems pretty clear to me. The alien vessel they found is a remnant of Green-Orange. We don't know what precisely. Could it be a part of the jewel? Maybe. But in any case, that can be the reason for which aliens keep invading. And then, what about the Lotus Jewel? Despite being disappeared, its name still lives through legends. Remember the story Gray told Lily about the Dark Star? I love every time I mention it again, because it really makes you understand how everything gets connected! How does it begin? Everything begins from a blooming flower that filled the world with stars. Which, by the way, is a symbol we can find even on the Queen's grave or on the stained glass of the kingdom. But the story goes slightly different though. In ZeroRanger, humankind ended up fearing stars because of their sins. While here in Void Stranger, people are fascinated by stars, they want to reach them, they want to reach the sky. Just like the jewel retained some sort of shape in this universe, alien hostility stayed, and they still want to get rid of humanity. But finally, I had to wait up to this point to be able to give you the most crucial piece of information, the one part of the puzzle that connects everything. Are you ready? Gray's ringtone is the Spear Battle theme. Let's go back to Void Stranger. Everything seems clear to my eyes. Let's make a recap. A comet threatens Earth. From it, a dark star reaches the planet. At the same time, the comet and aliens nearly wipe out the entirety of humanity. In an unknown process, this uses the dark star to create Ad, and by following its orders, Ad creates the Void Lords. Their purpose is to find a Manusia capable of enlightenment. Perfecting your technique, Ad creates Sif. It is safe to assume that despite being technically an artificial Manusia, a being capable of enlightenment, something went wrong. That still was not enough. At this point, Eus commits a sin and there is the Void Lord clash. Here, before I said that maybe the reason for which Ad left the Void is to find another way to fulfill her role. But maybe that's not necessarily the reason for which Ad left. To this day, there is nothing known for certain. I mean, if it was, the lore would have been resolved, quote-unquote. But by looking at all the pieces of the puzzle we have, and the themes the game treated up to now, and it's gonna treat even more later, I think I have an idea. I have a theory for which Ad left the Void. Ad realized it. This created all of this as a response to the comet threat. This was searching someone able to put an end to that threat. Someone that without succeeding would have been trapped in an endless cycle of life, death and rebirth. Yes, samsara. After the Void Lords clash, Ad was devastated. The feeling of fighting your own daughters. Ad technically wasn't even able to kill anyone. Gore was decapitated. Mon was told to be dead, but we know they are still alive and kicking. What if Ad knew about this and didn't do anything? A fragment of Eus became Tail. Lev is the only one who seemingly truly died, but then apparently there is that furball which referred to as the Envious One, and Ad seems to be aware of it. Ad made terrible decisions, experimenting with their daughters, but they loved them. Does this remind you of another character which made terrible decisions but still loved their pseudo-daughter? Ad loved their daughter to the point that they knew what they had to do. They had to take the matters in their own hands and end what they started. No more these, no more Comet. Everything only brings despair, from judging sinners to ending people's lives. As long as these or the comet exist, there will never be a way to escape samsara. But she couldn't do it. Void Lords serve these. This is notified about what Void Lords do. Void Lords are almost enslaved to these. They have to follow orders. Fighting against these means fighting against the Void Lords. That's what I think made them go away and start a new life. They weren't able to move on. They chose to forget everything, sealed away their own ad persona, and enter the human world. Maybe, if enough time had passed, everything will just be forgotten forever. Who cares if we are trapped in samsara? If you are ignorant, you can live a peaceful life. Well, it wasn't that much of a peaceful life.
Here we are, guys. The mural is completely blank. Okay.
Before proceeding into the final climax of this game, I want to briefly talk about this gate right here. This gets clearly inspired by a work of Rodin called Gates of Hell. Gates of Hell is an unfinished piece of work which should have represented the entirety of Dante's Inferno, with the figure of Dante sitting all the way above it. No Vergilius here, only Dante. Even though you may be familiar with the figure up here because it got detached from Gates of Hell and became the Thinker. What should have represented Dante contemplating his own inferno became the representation of a modern thinker, meditating on his own identity and getting a full understanding of the pain which is awaiting for them. This connects very well with all the other Dante references we saw through the game, and is gonna connect very well with the pain part. Welcome to the final gauntlet of the game. Puzzles are hard again. Hey, remember when I said the Lily run was difficult? So, this place is much harder than Lily's story! And the reason it's very simple. In Lily's story, the wings and the sword are optional. You are not required to have them to complete the game, which means the puzzles are made to be easier to be completed even without wings. But puzzles inside of here are designed to be done with wings and sword. This means wings and swords are not gonna be additions to facilitate your run. No, the complete opposite. It means puzzles are gonna be more complex because you have more tools available. Also, useless to say, those statues. Those freaking statues. They will be present on almost all the floors and they will make our experience a true nightmare. And it's not clearly noticeable on the first run, but what you are seeing in some rooms is actually a representation of the entirety of the solar system in the background. All of these until we reach this set of rooms. These rooms are peculiar, and I love them. But before talking about why, someone is waiting for us.
Well. Now, you've really outdone yourself, mortal. Guys, in the top right corner there is a statue which is blocking the exit, which requires every enemy in this room to get killed. Farewell, feeble mortal! Huh? Ah! I thought it was gonna be transparent! You have fallen! There's a safety locker inside of me. It's... Eh?
Yes, inside of here, you are not allowed to stop. If you enter in this, you are gonna have to come out of it one way or the other.
If I destroy the white ones, I guess there is no problem. If I destroy these ones, B gets very angry. Listen to the music! I think we never arrived to this part of the sound. Track! No! That's a solid block!
By looking at this floor battle, it can be easily understood how each floor... Oh, by the way, the boss fight was fantastic and I loved it. But in any case, it can be easily understood how each floor was designed by these to be a boss rush against each Void Lord in their favorable domain. And I guess it makes sense, after all they're supposed to be the last line of defense before anyone is able to reach these. The only problem is that... the majority of the Void Lords is not here anymore. Ad is literally us, Eus is just tail, B... Rip Bozo. But then there is Mon. Mon is gonna be actually in the room, and they will tell the player that the only Void Lord remaining who wants to fight is Sif, and offers us free advice on how to beat them. They say that the Void Sword cannot do anything against Sif. The only instrument we have to deal with them is the Endless Void Rod.
Let's go.
Boy, we are finally here. I've been waiting 3 hours to reach this part of the video, god damn it.
Oh boy. You made it here. So that must mean B is already... The artificial Manusia, am I right? This is the way you want to end it all? I can't remember the last time these called us this deep. But don't think I'm going to go easy on you, out of sentimentality. The music stopped. The threat level is far greater than expected. At this rate, the main servers will be breached, requesting temporal release from the main grid in order to steal our defenses.
Sif will request temporal release from the main grid. As you saw, Tan and B fought by the rules. They fought inside of the grid of these. Well, now it's time for a real boss battle.
This will not end until one of us will burn out. Yeah! Wait! You don't follow turns! That's illegal! No! No! Long time ago. My blocks, you said! Aha!
This is not a fair fight. Not even close, actually. Sif attacks end up covering ginormous parts of the screen. There is almost not a single moment to relax. The more you deal damage, the more you have to take blocks from the ground, which means the less ground you have to counter the different moves. And as if it wasn't enough, they have so many attacks! During the fight, and more precisely every time you die, Sif is gonna speak. Sif explains that the Void Lords were made everlasting, so that they could continue the work of Ad. On the contrary, Manusia are mortal, and yet they end up having so many dreams in their life. They want to reach the stars, even if these may cause them to repeat the same mistakes. They never give up. There is something humans have which Void Lords are just not able to grasp, and Sif probably has realized it. Their mortality is what gives value to life. The importance of storing every single moment, of conserving those precious memories, of trying to reach greater heights. Being mortal means having a purpose. Void Lords cannot bask in the light of the stars. Or can they? Sif was starting to feel something. A feeling that they're not able to describe. In the end, let's see who will shine the brightest. Also, by the way, the OST for this fight is called Il Tatahti, and Il Tatahti is a Finnish word for evening star. Lucifer! Absolute cinema, goddammit! Do you think that's it? Hell no! As a boss fight, we can't go home without a phase 2! Now, all of attacks are 10 times bigger and faster and stronger and stupider, and there is more stuff, more projectiles, more gizmo. You are not supposed to win this battle! And do you think that's it? If by some miraculous connection of stars you are able to overcome phase 2, let me present you phase 3.
Bro, what do you want from my life? Go with that! What the fuck was that?
But in the thrill of the battle, while attempting to dodge the 25th nuke that Sif throws at you, I had a realization. For the whole video I talked about how Void Lords ended up forgetting their true purpose. Void Lords forgot. And this led to despair. Are you sure we aren't forgetting something? This is not a fighting game. It's a puzzle game. Ad is holding a newly born Sif in their hands, and they are surrounded by all the other baby Void Lords. This is the moment of their creation, in their true form. This is the closest Ad can get to humanity. Sif has to stay in the lead. When they grow up, they have to take care of their sisters. After all, there is a reason for which Sif is Ad's Lightbringer and pride. The giant monster is just a distraction. It always was. The Void Lord's primary purpose was not to disseminate distraction. Ad knew it. And with that, we can proceed. But before proceeding, you may be wondering, is the battle actually winnable? If you overcome phase 2, then Sif will start their final desperation move. Even the floor around you will start collapsing. You have to take advantage of the grid mentality to surpass the shockwaves. It requires an incredible level of concentration. Most of their attacks are not designed to be dodged on a grid. You are at an incredible disadvantage. And that makes my blood boil.
Yeah! I got! Yes! Yes! Yeah! Come on! Come on! Come on! Thank you for the fun memories! Farewell! And... Let's go! Let's go!
You may almost see this last battle as a test. Sif was testing for one last time our character. Sif was testing if we are ready to go down the path we chose. Sif was testing if we stopped escaping from the problems. That's it. All the Void Lords are over. From here, only endless despair awaits us. A familiar descent, am I right? And a familiar octagon at the bottom, come on! Rewatching this after having played the ZeroRanger is so cool! But once again, if you paid attention to everything I said in this video up to now, you may be confused by my last consideration. I said, all Void Lords are finished. Is that really true? Or is there anyone we still haven't met? After this majestic introduction, Lev does the scariest thing they could have done. Starts aura farming. Looks on the left, looks on the right, looks forward, and then Erasure appears. Erasure tries to stop them. The true nature of this is beyond their understanding. But Lev doesn't seem interested. Boom. Just like that, a snap of fingers. Erasure is gone! A character we loved from ZeroRanger disappeared like that! Afterwards, Lev picks up the helmet. Apparently, it's a device able to convert radio waves into speech patterns. One of the failures explains how Lev does not have a mouth, and the reason Void Lords have horns in the first place is to communicate with Lev through radio waves. And the reason I'm starting to give you random information is because I want to listen to this fantastic soundtrack for as much as possible. Lev has to say only two things: thank you, and die. Mon appears right afterwards, confirming that Az, the player, has bypassed all the firewalls. This doesn't have any more protections. Here we realize the extent of our foolishness. It is our fault if Lev was reborn. All the locusts Mon gathered were used for this rebirth. While we thought we were getting a lot of useful stuff from Mon, in reality, Mon was preparing a revolution. But once again, Lev has two things to say. Finally, after over 60 hours of playtime, we finally witnessed to Ad in the flesh. Ad was already very suspicious of Lev's death. If you remember, Lev's secret chamber contained an empty chest. Each Void Lord received something. Gormon and Eus received the seals for the Endless Void Rod. Ad kept her own core, the Void Memory. B received wings. Tan got the sword, technically. Let's say Tan got the sword, okay? And Sif got 99 locusts in their chamber. Lev was supposed to get the Void Rod, but the chest remained empty. The rod, the only thing that would have allowed them to reach the heart of this. Or that was the case, until someone else opened the road for them. Lev also commends Ad for storing different parts of her consciousness in memory states. Yes, every single thing we just talked about. Wings, sword, Void Rod, and potentially even the pendant. They are all different fragments of Ad, which is why, by reconnecting them all, Ad manifested again. Ad made up their mind. They are gonna destroy these once and for all. But this time, the one holding the knife was Lev. Now that this is in this state, Void Lords have additional rights, and that's how Lev is able to call Lily as a hostage. And then offers to trade Lily in exchange for the first memory state, the moment of our creation. In here, I think you can notice a little parallel between Joan and Lev. Both use lightnings to strike down opponents, and both have a similar speech. Rise yourself, Lords of the Void. Rise yourself. Devanam Indra Sakra. It's exactly what you think it is. The reason this was searching a being capable of enlightenment, one with unrivaled devotion, stands in front of us. The true primeval fighter, the bane of the stars, the entity able to destroy the comet. Even though now, the only thing they want to destroy is us, as creators meet their end by their creations, as a child kills their parent. Both Lily and Lev are fairly surprised that this worked. You just say, stop! And it stops. There is a reason. This was never designed for Void Lords. And finally, this found the person it was designed for. Lily. And here we can have the final speculation on devotion. What is devotion? In my vision, it's the will to commit to something or someone so much that you may risk your life for it. Do you realize what just happened? Lev was gonna throw a supernova at Ad, and Lily, trying to intervene in a situation so risky, became a valid pilot. Just like at the castle, where for the first time, these allowed a contract. Maybe the research of devotion is a product of what happened in ZeroRanger? The pilot of the Primeval Fighter got consumed by despair. Was their devotion not strong enough to resist? Or there may be even another reason for which Lily could be a valid candidate, but for now let's enjoy the moment! Lev refuses to accept this and declares their intention to wipe out your very existence from history, before going through the time travel portal. I guess we are finally at the climax. Before going, we have some wholesome moments between Ad and Lily. And remember, despite the fact that Ad is not exactly grey, they still know what Grey went through. And Lily was able to witness to the entirety of Grey's life while dormant in the void, expressing sympathy for Grey's hardships. They are gonna put an end to this battle together. Ad has power. Lily may be able to stop this for a moment. Now, are you ready to go? You know what's cute? Right before going, there is no more grid. Yeah, because this is just powerless by this point. But yeah, I guess we are ready. And in a similar way in which the fighters became that shiny entity and went back in the world to fight the Lotus Jewel, Ad fuses with Lily. How can this game keep peaking? But I think you can clearly see the parallel with ZeroRanger, right? In there, the Great Oppressor was green-orange. In here, there is that giant black comet. In here, Ad and Lily are fighting against Lev, while also going through the Planetary Defense Force because they are in the middle! I'm not gonna go too much into details about how does this gameplay section work, mostly because I don't really know. I did this section a couple of times, but it's a much more simplified version of ZeroRanger. You don't need to be a shooter player to do this, basically. It's worth noting one thing. If you fail during this section, because yes, you are not immortal, you can actually fail, then you will see this. And with the stuff we said earlier, we already know what this is, right? Ad is turning once again into the Dark Star, it's gonna go back to the beginning of time, and everything is gonna start again. The cycle never ends. But unfortunately, we are not able to stop Lev before this reunites with the comet.
Die, die, die! Yes!
This place kinda resembles the Void, except there are no more tiles on the ground. There is no more a grid. Nothing has the shape of the Void anymore. This is no more. We can just move around in this nonsensical world, interacting with octahedrons who are gonna say just gibberish. And then we're gonna rest. The point of view changes to Grey, and we're back in a minigame. Grey is dancing with Lev in the middle of the universe. And as long as you perform well and you make no mistakes, theoretically, this section can continue infinitely. It's looped. Maybe because they both don't want for this moment to end. But if you start making mistakes, then Lev is gonna stop. They wonder if this is really Grey's most treasured memory, just following predetermined steps, and then comments how, if it was possible for their kin to escape their karma, maybe they too would wish for this moment to never end. This is one of the only interactions in the whole game between a human and a Void Lord, and it really makes you understand how different they can be. The mortality of life makes you cherish every single moment. For Lev, this wasn't anything special, but maybe that final comment they made, maybe they are starting to understand. The comet dissolves into a group of stars, with a single star slowly falling down towards the Earth. This seems slightly different from the usual though. This is not a dark star. It's the brightest one of them all. And so, the credit starts. Fun fact, by the way, during the credits, depending from how many sinners you interacted with, you're gonna receive special images for each one of the sinners! If it wasn't clear, I am too trying to say as much stuff as possible to allow this moment to never end. I love this game so much. In the end, we see what's that star. It's Lily, being guided by the Void Lords to a beach. The Void Lords which are slowly gonna disappear. In this new universe, the comet never created Ad. Ad never created the Void Lords. Is this it? Were they able to escape samsara? Is this a new beginning for humanity? Void Lords don't exist anymore. Primeval Fighter is gone. The comet is just a memory. Maybe now humanity can truly look at the stars in peace. In the end, we witness to a dialogue between Grey and Lily. Lily was searching for her mother star in the open sky. And then Grey starts telling her a bedtime story that you may be familiar with. The same story we heard in the dialogue between Grey and Lily. Finn. It just occurred to me while making the video, by the way, that in the end, Lily is the brightest star in the sky after all, if you consider it, and she was named behind one of the brightest stars, so maybe in this new reality, they're gonna name that star Lilith because of her, who knows? In any case, we have stuff to discuss! Starting from the name Devanamindra Sakra. Sakra is the Lord of Devas in Buddhism, and the ruler of the Trayastrimsa heaven, the highest heaven that keeps a physical link with the world. A sort of god among gods, we may say. There is even a creature you can encounter in the Void, the Verithin creature, which says Papedis Aleppe. This is a reference to Dante's Inferno, Pape Satan Aleppe, whose true meaning is still a mystery, but most people assume it's an invocation to Satan. Satan, God, Devanamindra Sakra, Primeval Fighter. Clear, right? You know, this route made me realize a very sad parallel between Grey and Ad. Both of them have daughter figures that cut their hair in acts of rebellion, Lily and Lev. This shows even more how Grey difficulties in being a mother come all the way back from Ad, in not having been able to comprehend in the best way Lily or Lev, in escaping from their responsibilities. Also, during the ending, you may see Grey and the Queen watching together from the stars. Watching from the stars. Remember all the way back when Grey said she wondered if the Queen was really watching from the stars? She is! And now Ad is gonna do the same. The next important thing I want to point out is that you can do this route as Lily. This is gonna create some slight differences. Yes, Lily is gonna transform into a different version of Ad. After all, the stored memories need just a vessel to enter into. Grey's just the vessel Ad created to go around, but this doesn't mean they cannot enter into another vessel. And if you do everything, you defeat B, you defeat Sif, you defeat Lev, and you don't fail the final part, because yes, it can be failed, and if you fail, you have to redo the entirety of this route to forget a single chance. This is a little funny minigame. In here, you have to prevent aliens from stealing some orbs from humankind. What you are seeing is Lily and Lev playing together video games. I find it fascinating how both Gray and Lily are showcasing to Lev some of the stuff they cherish the most in their life. Lev seems to be having the greatest fun of her life, but unfortunately they realize it does not belong to them. This feeling cannot be part of Void Lords, and they must let it go. Once again, it really seems Void Lords are not able to escape their karma. And afterwards, we get a picture. Supposedly the last picture where Gray and Lily were happy together. Moments before the appointment with Dan. But let's get to the juicy part. During the scene, we saw Lily was determined as a valid candidate to pilot the Primeval Fighter. And the explanation I provided was the unrivaled devotion Lily has shown to have by risking her life for Ad. But there may also be a different vision of the matter. You know how in ZeroRanger they told us that only specific people are able to pilot Rib and Decker, in our case Mido and Dory, and you know how they said the Rib, Decker and the Primeval Fighter all come from the same place, and how this was specifically searching for someone capable of enlightenment? If it wasn't already clear before, now it should be. Only specific people can ride the Primeval Fighter. And if you look at the spare a little bit, they are kinda similar aesthetically, aren't they? And don't forget what Erasure said. She did all of this because Lily reminded her of someone. Well, someone. Despair. Who else? It's not confirmed anywhere and it's always gonna lay in the theories, but it could also be a mixture between the two. Maybe there are various candidates to be Despair in this world, and the candidate that shows the greatest devotion will truly incarnate that role. Hell, for what we know, even Sif could have been a candidate if she wasn't a Void Lord. But the most careful among you may have noticed another weird similarity between two characters. Of course, I'm talking about the newly appearing Lev and the mysterious doctor we saw in the Carcass ending, Dr. Lily. But at the end of the day, even if they're kinda similar aesthetically, their appearance could just be a coincidence. We have had so many characters in both the games that having two characters having kind of a similar trait doesn't really prove anything, right? But then, you observe a little bit more, and you realize that the person Dr. Lily is talking to resembles Sif, and this cannot be a coincidence just anymore. You are not satisfied yet? Alright, if you have been an incredibly good player and you collected all the crystals, all those stupid memory crystals in all the levels, those of the nanograms, those of these, everything, you will get access to one final memory. Say hello to the team in charge of the operations and experiments inside of the Diz facility. Let me guess, you thought we had already reached the bottom of the barrel? Hell no! The beauty of this image is that after playing the game, you need at most 3 seconds to understand who each scientist incarnates. As for why, I think it's simply because these created Ad from the Carcass combining that material with Gray's soul, who then followed a similar process of the creation for everyone else. After all, Erasure said in this facility they used gene splicing, and this has been manipulating and using minutiae of this planet as guinea pigs. Therefore, Void Lords are incarnations of the scientists working inside of this facility, utilized by these to find the true candidate for Despair. And this creates another parallel between the worlds. Just like Renji is controlled by Green Orange, Ad is controlled by Diz. While I don't think Diz had control in the literal sense, I believe that Diz conditioned Ad in doing what she did. Ad was kinda enslaved to Diz. Until, just like Renji, Ad helped the person who was gonna be able to stop this. I swear, the story is just writing itself at this point. Unfortunately, we don't get too many informations on other scientists before the Great Disaster. Except for a few cases. But for one of them, we have to quickly talk about a part of the game I did not talk about at all up to now, because it would have made the Lev appearance even more telegraphed than it already is. After talking with Erasure, Sif decides to start searching for B through the Void, and she possesses their own versions of the Wings, Cube, and Zord. After a brief talk with Tail, Sif discovers that Mon may still be alive. Tail didn't see Mon's face, but felt someone groping their scales in a very unsettling way. Yeah, it's definitely Mon. The gameplay is fundamentally easy mode. It's much easier than previous routes, which makes sense. I mean, Greyvan was normal, she has a strong devotion. Lily doesn't have devotion, so it's a nightmare. Sif is God. I mean, okay, Sif is enslaved to these, but they are supposed to be the one judging sinners, not the other way around. I think there are some interactions that it's worth pointing out. First of all, if you try to access other secret chambers and take the Void memory or the Void wings or other stuff, Sif will just leave them there. They don't really need it after all. And if you enter into your brand room, they're gonna say, Ad, why did you abandon us? It was in our eyes from the beginning! Also, did you notice how while Void Lords have black eyes with grey-ish pupils, Sif has normal eyes? Because, after all, Sif is closer to Manusia. But let's get back on track. We have Mon to find.
No, nothing. They're gonna kill themselves.
Welcome to Mon Layer. I don't even know if I consider this one harder than this or no, but god damn it if I suffered. The difficulty of this game goes beyond the roof in this point, and I know you may say, okay, you can technically calculate everything from the beginning, because it's a puzzle game, okay? It's not skill or anything, you just have to calculate the perfect exact pattern to execute to finish a level, but I don't really have a big brain. I'm stupid. That's why I suffered in here. But after passing an incredible amount of rooms which made me question my sanity, and a room full of chests, are these chests containing all the locusts Mon gathered? We reach Mon room. Sif comments how it was surprisingly weird that Mon was defeated so easy during the Void Lord's clash. And Mon says it was all an act for our plan. Mon made a mistake. They revealed that they are not the only one involved in this plan. And after this, they reveal their third eye. Remember that egg who said that Mon is able to transform you into gold with their eye singular? That's because they were referring to that. Also, they call Sif a greenhorn. Yeah, it's censored, but it's probably greenhorn. And then a boss fight begins! By this point, Sif already understood this plan involves Lev, and they are gonna give Mon a merciless death if they share more informations, to which Mon says that the true Void Lord will one day return. Gee, I wonder what did they mean with that phrase, not like we already did this ending, no. And we still have to search for B. It's kinda strange that we end up on a beach, but trust me, there is a reason, let's say. B mentions how she saw Ad in the void, and Sif mentions how Ad is dead, supposedly. But in any case, here you can witness to the most wholesome moment ever. Aww. If you interact with a particular tree during Void Stranger Sif, you will see the cutscene I showed to you during this route. The one where Ad tells Sif to take care of their sisters, and seeing this moment is so good. And then, roll credits! Yeah, this is kind of a joke ending if you didn't realize. Also, it's called Project Love Ranger. Kinda similar to ZeroRanger, don't you think? In fact, how do you call in tennis when you have 0 points? Love. Woo! We beat all the main routes of Void Stranger! Woohoo! Now, I went through all of this part for one specific reason. Yikko! During our descent, Sif will keep encountering a mysterious woman. And while this is mostly used as a comic relief, and she makes some comments about Sif's horns or something, and we already mentioned how this character could be Ninni's sister, there is something I want to mention at floor 224. The woman cannot remember her own name, and Sif realizes it's a late-stage effect of spending time in the void. But when Sif says that they too cannot remember their original name, the screen turns black, and the woman disappears forever. Sif wonders why that memory returned to them now. And this is one of the only cases of past life memories of the characters. We can just assume that Dr. Sif, she's not called Dr. Sif canonically, or we don't know the name, but still, it's just possibly a person Dr. Sif knew in real life, nothing more. Oh, and since we are here, having Sif basically gives us a new toy, if you think about it. What happens, for example, if we do the carcass ending with Sif? The three words are Our Flower, Manusia, Destroy. And then we see once again those onion-shaped aliens. This shows even more the remnant message of hostility aliens have towards Manusia. Despite reality having been reset, there is still a vague memory of what happened. Almost like an instinct, or maybe fate. And talking about memory of what happened, since there seems to be a possible remnant of previous life, I want to believe something. I want to believe Ad retains, even in the slightest part, some memories of her previous life. And in particular, of the fact that Dr. Lily wanted to stop the research altogether. If Ad retains this memory, then the final battle we have between Lev and Ad, it's not just a battle between mother and daughter. It's a fulfillment of the true desire of Dr. Lily, before her mind was conditioned and tainted and became the envious one. It's the true realization of Dr. Lily's last will. Also, can we go to these as if... In this reality, where Ad and Lily long left the Void, Mon and Lev plan actually worked. Lev obtained the Void Rod, Lev studied the Void, Lev understood how to reach the Endless Void Rod, and Lev entered inside of Sith Core. After all, by looking into background messages, between Grey Journey and Lily Journey there is already a gap of thousands of years. Lev had a very long time to prepare. And now, the only thing stopping Lev from reaching these is Sith. While this is probably one of the coolest moments in the world, I was more interested into the UI, which shows Lev equipment! The thing that caught my attention the most was the Void Memory. Each one of the Void Lords seem to have a different shape of the Void Memory. Sif has a sphere, Lev has an octahedron, Grey has a cube. And we can find a sort of explanation to this. We saw other times humans having spheres as souls. The fact that Sith Core is a sphere makes it even more clear that they were one of the best accomplishments that had to create an artificial Manusia. Lev being an octahedron is very simple. Lev was the penultimate attempt. Lev was almost perfect but still not an actual Manusia. But then why does Ad have a cube as the Void Memory? Well, as B. Leather mentions, it's not Ad's soul per se. It's their memory of Ad. So it makes sense. B is much less of a Manusia than Lev or Sith, therefore it makes sense that the shape is cube. Or maybe I'm just fantasizing too much and this is all just gibberish, who knows, you decide. But let's go back being serious for a second, because the next thing I want to talk about is probably the thing which moved me the most in this entire game. The thing which touched me the most. After you beat this ending, after the credits, there is gonna be displayed another mural. On the mural there is written a system erasure game, and this can be carved to get access to the developer room. Here you get greeted by a character who is gonna introduce you to most of the unfinished stuff in the game, which was not included for one reason or the other. I find this idea so wholesome, not necessarily new or anything, but by this point I was craving for every possible new piece of Void Stranger I could get, so having access to a built-in catalog of all the cut content was fantastic. It also shows how much evolution there was during the development, as they started sharpening their style and getting better and better. New ideas, new designs, change of plans. I had so much fun going through all of these. And then there is the reason for which I love this zone so much. This character, which I think should be considered a self-insert of the developers, looking in the distance at the edge of the world. With this suggestive scenario, the most inspiring lines get said. I often wonder what kind of future awaits us. As our world grows older, everything feels less and less stable. Despite being more connected than ever before, we can no longer reach each other, even when we desperately wish to be heard, to be understood. I've struggled a lot with this feeling like my work is meaningless. Maybe, just maybe, the fact you made it this far means you feel the same longing as I do. Can you hear me now? I can hear you. Those two freaking lines. There is something I cannot explain. Even right now, when I said them, my eyes were becoming a little bit lucid. If this game was able to make me create this video out of pure love for what I experienced, I think the message arrived. I can hear you, System Erasure. If ZeroRanger tells us a story of loneliness and despair, Void Stranger tells us a story of hope and unity. Voidlords spent their entire existence trying to get a little bit closer to the stars. But stars are just like Manusia, mortal. Voidlords will never truly be able to bask in their light. But as Lily says, I am happy because we are together, right here and now. Even when the last star burns out, the memory will surely remain, because I love you. Not a single moment is meaningless. Life is a precious gift. Even if some eyes may perceive monotony, happiness comes from just being together, here, right now. It is something that will be kept forever with us, in our memories. It has been said since the beginning, after all. Only a memory will remain. And now, we have found the answer. The light of the stars. Our memories make it. Endless. Oh boy, this was surely one of the best adventures I've ever had. It's not over yet with the video because there is still some information I want to provide and entire game modes I still didn't talk about we're gonna quickly go through, but this is the end of the climax of the game. The roller coaster between the events of ZeroRanger and Void Stranger Endgame made me excited so much just by writing about it, so I can't imagine how can it feel when watching it once again, especially if you did not know the story already. But once again, enough with sentimentality. Hey, remember when I said that Lily's story was difficult, but then this route arrived and I regretted it? Okay. It's time to regret again. Each copy of Void Stranger is personalized. And yes, I'm not joking. Every time you have a fresh install of the game, after you enter the developer room, there is a chance to encounter a malfunctioning mimic somewhere in the void. This is somewhere, you just go explore everything, why not? While interacting normally would create a copy of your character to talk to, in here you see the mimic with a little cube on their monitor. What's the next step? But it's very simple. Just talk to 1,000 other people and each one of them is gonna have probably a different cube on the monitor. All these cubes create another brand you can input at the beginning. This is EX brand. I swear to God, a lot of today's games come out unfinished, and this game had a freaking game mode hidden behind this community cooperation thingy. Like, boo. All of EX mode takes place in Elysium, a self-contained area of void with pitch black walls. So, how difficult is this? This is a nightmare. I would have never thought that the game would have been able to pull this level of insanity in a puzzle. We start this place without burdens, but it doesn't even matter because once you do get burdens, then what happens is the game just adapts to the burdens and the puzzles become 10 times harder. It's not a joke when I say I required basically 2 entire streams to go through the entirety of EX mode secrets. There is even a very cool mechanic. Once you reach the final room, supposedly there is a puzzle where you have to understand what to do first. And to do that, you have to backtrack to a lot of other floors and write down what you see in there. But this is made much easier by giving you the possibility to manipulate the UI with specific floors. Long story short, EX mode is a nightmare, therefore I love it. And all of this was done just to reach a singular tree in the middle of nowhere. Let's go to rest. The dream is showing us a conversation between Lily and Lily on a hill below a tree. They are just enjoying their time, having fun together, chilling. Even Grey arrives in here. Gray? Gray with Lily and Lily? What is going on? And then we are shown the observer that was witnessing to all of this. A second Gray, just with short hair and medieval outfit. By seeing them having fun, this Gray starts crying, almost out of despair. And then we are back to the tree room. There is a golem. We were always playing as a golem in here. Well, this explains why the journey was very difficult, right? If Lily already did not have a strong devotion, this golem, which, okay, is supposed to replicate feelings and emotions, but it's still just a golem, for sure is gonna have a nightmare of an experience. Now it's clear why they are crying. Gray's crying because she thinks this is the future she would have loved to have, and feels sad by not being able to achieve it. Just having fun and relaxing. And all of this is done by a golem who thinks that they are Gray, but they really aren't. After this, even B and Sif arrive, commenting how terrifying the strength of Manusia's devotion can be if even a golem, which is not supposed to be able to go this far in Elysium, was able to reach this place. Oh, and I don't know if you noticed, but that tree on the hill kinda reminds me of ZeroRanger. In any case, as Sif says, maybe it's finally time to move on. Gray had to let Lily go. Lily had to let Gray go. Ad had to let the Void Lords go. We have to let Void Stranger go. The final message of the game is once again that eternity is not the correct route. You have to live your life and enjoy it. The beauty of living your life is there exactly because life is limited. Your memories are what's gonna stay. Yeah, it is again the developer room ending. We have more stuff to see, let's continue! Do you know what's the white void? Well, as I already showed you, you can manipulate the floor you're at, either using statues or by literally changing the tile on the floor. And in these ways, you can overcome the natural end of the void at floor 255. Welcome to the white void. I don't really know how to interpret this zone. What comes to my mind right now is that maybe it's because you know how the void has 255 floors? Well, that's the largest value that can be represented by a single byte. What if we went over the area this is working on? What if we went somewhere else? These rooms follow different rules from what we are used to. And they're not even meant as a challenge, as if you weren't even supposed to be in here in the first place. And God forbid you spend too long on a single floor.
Requires the understanding of experiment.
What the hell? Well, we can have a clearer idea about what's that if you open the menu while they are on screen. How bothersome. And it seemed a sort of tentacle-ish body. Well, we know another entity which says how bothersome, which looks kinda like a tentacle-y creature in floor 0. That's Gore's body. Oh, this white lady. White lady is... boo. No, I'm not joking, I sincerely don't know. I even tried to look around online and etc. And there are some theories etc. And there is one I actually agree with. But in general there is never a complete definition of what this thing is. What it's clear though is that all the messages we hear from Eggs in the Void come from her. Yes, they're a sort of echo for her voice. And what she can do is sending you back with her memory. And I'm not talking about a normal reset of the run, like it would be with Sif's statue. No, a complete save wipe. All the burdens you have, all the special brands you unlocked, everything disappearing. When doing that, she will say a particular phrase, which is related to who I think this thing is. Even when the stars die out, our memories make their light endless. The white lady's Ad, or at least a part of Ad or something, I don't fucking know. What are you watching this video for lore? Psh! which you already should have given up like 3 hours ago. Then there are more secrets. Do you remember the tree we found in Elysium in EX mode? If you remove the tile which is in there in place of the stairs and then fall down, you will be able to access the trailer rooms, the rooms available in the trailer of the game. And while almost all of them can be completed perfectly normally, the last one cannot. The last room of these trailer rooms is unsolvable. And you think the player's insanity stopped there? Of course no! You see, you can actually reach BR0 from Elysium, and if you do, there is an exclusive carcass ending for the golem! This ending shows a little bit more of the scientists. In particular, we see the reincarnations of Lev and Eus talking to each other. Apparently Dr. Lily was trying to solve a riddle given by Dr. Eus. And then they end up talking about the importance of free will, making your own conclusions, if God even exists. And then they even end up going out on a date together. Oh, I see what's going on. But I guess there are no other secrets to discuss. Yeah, this is really it. So you know you can exit Elysium? Yeah, with all the burdens you can rearrange the stuff in a brand room and create Gore's brand. This allows you to explore a good part of the normal game while being a golem. And while you can start going around, the game will soon stop you. Going through the layer of Gore, well, there is an immovable mimic, and if you try to make the mimic fall down, the game crashes. Gonna take the shortcut on floor 163? Fucking Mon appears and turns you into gold. What the fuck do you want? Can we carve your brand room? Maybe there are some special interactions in there. Yeah, your brand room. Yeah, in here there is a 1 in 256 chance to get a special prompt which allows you to crawl inside of the womb. I don't even know anymore what's going on, I swear to God. EX mode already seemed very hidden, and then they put something hidden in something hidden in something hidden in something hidden. Inside of here, you end up talking with an orb of light, which talks about the themes of identity and purpose. And then the screen ends up becoming progressively dimmer until the game closes. But at least, by doing this, we can be assured that there is for sure nothing else inside of the void. So you know, the joke in here is that I just said multiple times that this is the end, but it's actually not the end. There is something more. There is the impossible ending. What? Bo. So basically, remember I told you in the normal brains you cannot proceed? Well, if you cheat and you continue all the way to floor 255, you will be greeted by Erasure. And Erasure mentions how they were sure the puzzle was impossible, but they thought someone would have overcome it. They knew someone would have cheated to see if there is something different by going here. But as she too says, it's time for something new. The world has reached this limit. It's time to move on. There is nothing else instead of ZeroRanger, instead of Void Stranger. I'm getting stupid. I don't know what to say. The love the developers placed in this game is coming out of my head in this moment. There are too many interactions. Do you know, in a trailer of the game, there is a brand that you can input into the game and you're brought into a puzzle. Yo! You can assemble the image and it says, no way! And there is a cute bunny girl of a bee or something, I don't care anymore. You know what? To conclude, let's talk about something which is very chill and relaxing, okay? After completing EX mode, we unlocked the sound test. A special zone when we can release them to all the soundtracks of the game. This seems to be a nice place to end everything, because in here there is for sure not a single other secret. Am I right? It's just listening to music, have a good time, and people found something even in here, my Jesus! Apparently, if you play specific soundtracks in sequence in a row, you get other images. And supposedly there must be a reason and a logic behind the sequences you input. For example, if you input Void Stranger release date, which is 0109, you get an image of Grey playing a kazoo. If you input ZeroRanger release date, 2809, you get Sif and B dressed up as Mido and Dory, giving even more credibility to the fact that Mido and Dory are Sif and B in this alternate reality. Then there are some funny ones, for example for the release of version 1.1.0, which is 02/04/2024, you can see Lily introducing Lily to Freya. Imagine introducing to your friend your mother, which is younger than you, whatever. If you input some gibberish, I don't know, you see one of the coolest images of the game with a lot of sceners which are never really explored more, and I'm really sad about it, but it's very cool to see all of them in here together. And the same happens if you input the floors of each jukeboxes of EX mode. You get a cool little image of the Golem Grey dressed as Grey with the Void. Oh, that's so cool! And yeah, that's for sure it. Okay, I'm not even gonna finish the phrase. So, do you know CIF, those three letters, C-I-F? Well, apparently some madmen thought, what if I try to put the numbers corresponding to the letters in a substitution cipher? 030906? Well, even that offers a reward. How do you even come up with this? A good chunk of these are able to be guessed pretty easily. No! How the fuck do you think? Ah, yes, okay, I found a sound test, okay. Let's try to input different sequences, and you know what? Let's change CIF letters with numbers. So, by inputting these numbers, you unlock a brand you can input in the starting screen. Welcome to CIF's Challenge! In here, you have a speedrun basically. You have 20 minutes to go all the way through the void, getting as many points as possible. Points are gathered in multiple ways, by collecting them on the ground, by fighting enemies, by reaching 3 rooms, and depending from how well you perform, you get a different image at the end of the run. And they can go all the way from the simple Lucifer to the office Lucifer, but if you play better, it's gonna be Lily Lucifer, and if you are a madman, you're gonna get Swimsuit Lucifer, and if you are a god, if you collect the rank of Void Stranger, you're gonna see supposedly Grey, I think? I'm not sure. And then, do you know if you don't absolutely move at all, you will instead get a very poorly drawn Lucifer? Guys, I think it's time to move on. We broke boundaries after boundaries after boundaries, but it cannot keep continuing forever, okay? Oh, actually, they're gonna release Black Onion, another game mode for ZeroRanger in the future. So, I guess I'll be able to see you there. But yeah, I really wanted to make this video. Like, Void Stranger really changed me. And I'm not saying it in the most generic way. Like, Void Stranger genuinely was part of my life during a different period. I already talked about it multiple times. I'm gonna stop talking about it eventually. But basically, it accompanied me while I was performing for the final definitive performance of my theater company. After that, no more. And it's funny because even in there, basically, when I was saying goodbye to the company, to my friends, which I'm still saying, by the way, but it was still a spiritual goodbye, I said that phrase, the light of the stars, our memories make it endless. I love this game. Guys, it's been 4 hours, I'm gonna go take a nap, probably after releasing the video. Let me know if you liked it. If you did, leave a like and subscribe, share it with your friends, and please introduce them to Void Stranger. This game really deserves more recognition. This and ZeroRanger. But for the time being, I was Apollo94, and I will see you in our next adventure.